Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. It is Friday. It is 79 degrees and 39% humidity. Ah, yeah, it's gonna be a warm one. The high is in the 80s, so for it to be this cold, this warm now, I think that it's gonna probably be. I would say high will probably be about 95 today. But yeah. Also, thank you for pointing out that apparently I forgot to put at everyone in today's announcement, so I resent it. Hopefully, it'll get to everybody that needs to get to. But thank you for pointing that out. I do appreciate it. So I do miss things sometimes. Let's see. Let's see who came in first today. Hugo was first today. It's been first 134 times. Oni Demon was second. It's been second 136 times. And Frantic was third. It's been third 88 times. So, cool. So, good morning to the three of you, and thank you very much for coming in early or being first in. Let's see who else is here. Malieve, good morning. Daddy Drunke, oi. I need no name. Hello, Santo. Hello. Jacked back. Morning. Okay. On my way to a flooded house. Okay. Why not go to a non-flooded house? Are you going to remove the flood from the house, or? It's funny because it reminds me of my plumber days. You walk in and someone goes, "Oh, there's a leak," and you walk in and you're like in like 3 inches of water. Crazy. Remediation. Okay. Good morning, Michelle. How are you? Yeah, I remember so many times walking into what's just supposed to be just a minor thing, and you walk in there and it's just like, oh, geez. Because most plumbing things can be fixed pretty quickly, honestly. But there's every now and then, I don't know how people manage to do it, but they can. I think it's because everybody believes that they can fix anything, and I totally get that. I'm that way at times too. But when you try to fix things and make them worse, it can be quite hilarious to the people that do it for a living. I am good. How are you been? I've been well. I've been working on a side project, so that's been taking up all my time. So I'm a little bit behind on a lot of things, but hopefully it will be finished. It's about 95% finished, which is good. So I just have like the ending parts to do, but the 8 steps that happen. I have 8 out of 10 steps done on it. So the last 2 steps are a little bit tricky, but I think I can get them done this weekend. I also have to rewire this whole office and pull it apart this weekend. So it's going to be interesting, to say the least. So yay. I'm going to consolidate some stuff and get a little bit more room in this room. Yeah. I missed the start, but I am here. Hello, Chryson. How are you? Water is so destructive. It is, absolutely. We've had some damaging leaks. Oh, wow. It's not that it's a secret project. It's an NDA project. So I can probably talk about it in about a month. But right now it's no. So it's a little bit tricky, but you know what? You when you do work for people, you want to do the best work you can without giving away what they're doing, because sometimes sometimes secrets need to happen, and sometimes it's too much. Oh, I just realized I did not change this. Let me grab this real quick. I just looked down and saw that the title is wrong. Okay, let's update that. Yep. Okay, and that's wrong too. Everything's wrong. I am just not on the ball today. Let me open this. Hang on a minute. Need my main list. This will be too big for that. We have, yeah, that's going to be too big. I forgot what the small one was. Let me see if it'll fit. I don't think it's going to, but we'll try. Nope. I'll just leave it at that. Okay, that's going to have to do for now. All right, so that should update the stream to today. Yeah, it has. Okay. Huh. What about Monday? Okay, let's see. Lakes that have totally turned. Okay. Oh, we shall await the details when you are allowed to talk about it. Glad it's Friday. Don't want to have to do Thursday again. This week for me has not been that bad. I've just been very, very busy, you know, but people around me, there's a lot of people around me that have had just a horrible week, and I feel for them extremely. Don't. Hope Monday is better. Yeah, me too. I hope everybody has a good week. I think this whole month has been pretty rough on people. It's almost over, too, which is just like, geez. April's almost over. We have 1 week left of April. I've been sick this whole week. Oh, I'm so sorry. I am doing well. Sorry there was knock at door when I heard you. Hope you're doing well as well. My dad came back from 2 weeks in Japan last night, so my week can't be better. Okay, that can be taken many ways. So are you saying that your week isn't going to get better because he's back? Or are you saying that your week is going to get better because he's back? You're fine. I got picked to play test back in November. I signed an NDA. Yeah, sometimes it's cool to see the new things, but you also have to keep those quiet sometimes. It's like we had a situation a while back here where Jason had said something that I said because about the Murloc gurgles. And because of the things that we did at work, there wasn't a lot of things that we could actually talk about. And when you have kids, you really can't talk about certain things in front of your kids when they're little because they would tell everybody everything. You know, so one of the things that I used to do was no matter what came up, I would always say Bob did it. It was Bob. Bob's responsible for everything. Bob is why we all breathe. You know, so when he was on his show, he said that Bob did the gurgle for the Murlocs, and Tracy Bush, who actually did the gurgle for Murlocs, sent me a note and said, "Why is he saying that? You know it's me." I go, "I'll fix it." So I called Jason and I told him, I go, "Look, sorry about this, but there were things I couldn't talk about." You know, so I always just said Bob did it, no matter what it was Bob. You know, the actual person who did the gurgle, and he actually gargled, I think it was yogurt, real like Yoplait yogurt or something like that, to make the gurgle sound. And it turned out awesome, but it was Tracy Bush, who now is the director of audio somewhere. I forget where. I haven't talked to him in a while. I haven't talked to him since that whole thing came up about 2 years ago. Yeah. Is it going great? It is going great. Okay, good. And it can't be negative. Cool. Weird thing that came back to you that you would not think matters at the time. Yeah, stuff always comes back to you. You know, and you also have to deal with not only what you said or did, but the perception of the person who's talking to you about it. Is what was their perception at the time, because their perception has absolutely nothing to do with what you said or did sometimes. So you have to be careful about that. And as you get older, those things do come back. That's why I always say is I don't want to be held responsible for something I said 40 years ago when I was in my 20s, you know, because a lot's changed since then. You have to understand that there's probably been a lot of changes in a single person over a period of time since they said the stupidest things they've ever said in their lifetime. And I've said some pretty stupid things, granted. But the question is, did I learn from them, or do I still say the same stupid things? You know, or worse. You know, so you have to give people the opportunity that they grew, that they're not that, they don't believe, understand, or think that way anymore. You know, you hope people are growing. You know, but that's me. Now we are going to do our shirt, movie, and album real quick, and then we're going to get on with our talking. I do have a list of questions that was put together for me to answer. If you guys don't have any questions, or if you don't have any subjects that you want to talk about. Yeah, people are very much too quick to condemn, and it's sad. Because a lot of people don't deserve that condemnation. You know, I think that for the most part, people, on average, are trying to do the right thing and trying to give the right information on stuff. But if they've been given the wrong information, or they don't have the access to whatever the answer is, they're only saying what they've heard or what they think or believe. And the question is when you get in that position, are you going to just keep spewing that, or are you going to do research or listen to people that are talking to you about it and change to a more truthful stance? It's not like people go out of their way to check something that they learned, heard years ago. No, most people don't. I'm lucky in that I'm extremely curious about stuff, and to the point to where I will hunt down information. Or heard recently, yeah. Not everything you hear, not everything you read is true. You know, and even if it is, I think that for my own sanity, I will still go and read the other side's version of it. You know, so it's just important, because there is not only truth, but there's how that truth is told by different outlets, shall we say. Good evening, Your Joy and Yearlings. Hope everybody's having a great day. Yeah, so far good. Data Hunter Dad. Yeah, I do a lot of that. You know, I also write programs that do it for me too. I wanted to write a program, but I've been told by several people it'd be impossible to write. But I wanted to write a tracer program that I could take a headline or an article, and then have a program go to the internet and trace it back to its original form, so that I could find out what the original story was, going back through the telephone that is the telephone game that is the internet. But I've been told that may not be possible. But I think that would be a massive hunter tool. The Wayback Machine. Thank you, Mr. Peabody. Where are we going today, Mr. Peabody? But something like that would be kind of cool. Is have a website that takes an article and then traces back to the original article or the original post about it, so that you can see where the original came from. Because there's so many things that there's so many outlets between where the original story was and where the story you're reading is coming from. That would be a difficult task, yes. And I've been told that it would be actually impossible. And I've actually checked with a lot of programmers and a lot of even some programming AIs and stuff like that, and all of them just go, "No, you can't do this." Because it's very much simple to get into you get caught in the middle there in a loop, which is funny because if you think about, that's how humans are too. We get caught in an infinite loop, a feedback loop, and never actually get to the original. I remember I had IT class and it was pointing me out to me. I was pronouncing Java weird wrong. Turns out I was right and they were wrong, and it was the teacher. Well, it's Java, right? The source of truth doesn't have to be on the internet. No, it does not. And most of the time it isn't. Yep. You have to take everything you read on the internet as pseudo bullshit, in all honesty. Because, like, even if you open Facebook, which I open now more for the humor of it than anything else, it's so just crap. It just cracks me up. Also, here's an experiment I love. I will go on Amazon and I will search for something obscure. And then I will wait to see how long it takes for that item to start showing up in my Facebook. Never take advice from people in Twitch chat. True. Yeah. Always go on the internet with something to drink, because everything on the internet has to be taken with a grain of salt. Oh, so you need margaritas. I use Facebook because it's the only way for some family to reach out. And that's exactly what it's for. All this other stuff, like I can pull Facebook up, and within the first posts, let me see if I can even get it on this machine. I don't know if I have it on this machine. Oh, I do. Okay. Okay, the first advertisement is for this is literally the second thing, is let's see, what is it? Save $300 on the Vibe 2 pack. I don't know what this thing even is. I don't know what it is. Okay. The next one is battery stuff. There's a whole big thing about the guy from Storage Wars. Fox Weather is saying that a volcano is were forced to run from their lives after a sudden eruption, and apparently there's a volcano going off. And then Codex. So this whole Codex thing, I've never looked at it, but I get literally thousands of posts about this thing every single day. I have no idea what it is. Well, I kind of do. They say that it has something to do with OpenAI and about writing code. You know. And then I get a lot of like just health stuff, which is just really bizarre. Health and weather, but we talk about weather every day on the show, so that's probably why. But nah. But for the most part, it's useless. And then news on Facebook. If you follow any news on Facebook, don't. Just don't. I remember back in February of last year, they were congratulating Dick Van Dyke for being 100 years old. Dick Van Dyke didn't turn 100 years old till December. is predatory. I can see that. I am fine with that just being, yeah. And the thing about the Facebook is, as long as you know it, that it's just stuff, you're fine. If you start believing it, then you're in big trouble. You start believing everything you see there, then you're in big trouble. And there's a lot of people I see on there that 100% believe it. Is to keep in touch with family. Yeah, we talked about that. Yeah. I am not on Facebook, and I am happy that way. My friends know it and work around it. Oh, cool. I don't believe half the crap my family tells me directly, let alone, yeah, good point. Good morning, Red Jacket. Okay, let's get to our shirt of the day. Today's shirt is, I might look like, wait, oops, stop. Let's wait for the zombies to go away. Wow, 36 seconds. Up attention, I smirt. SMRT, smirt. Some pages I don't understand. Some places use Facebook to post announcements, and that's fine. It's all the crap in between. They're not stupid zombies. He looks quite smart. In 10 seconds, he will go away. One. Bye, zombies. And they're gone. All right. Today's shirt of the day is, I might look like I'm doing nothing, but in my head, I'm quite busy. Yep. Our movie today is Lawrence of Arabia, made in 1962, 64 years ago. The story of T.E. Lawrence, the English officer who successfully united and led the diverse, often warring Arab tribes during World War I in order to fight the Turks. I really like Peter O'Toole's stuff, because he can go and do this, and then he'll go do Ruling Class, and Ruling Class is still one of my favorite movies because of one line. There's one line in Ruling Class that forever sticks in my head, and possibly became the motto for my life. But I am a river to my people. Okay. Does that mean that you overflow your banks and flood their village? We have an issue on Discord. Someone got hacked and is spamming this. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, let's do this. Is it this guy? Let me make sure it's that guy. Yep. And he's gone. What is hacked? Bam. Okay. I think I got him. Air tools. Whichever. No, I think I got the right person, hopefully. Really? I banned the wrong person. Hi, I'm a huge. That's from August. Okay. They're all still lit up, but that person is gone. So, all right. So, yep. Shared live stream. Yep. That's still good. Yeah, even though I've banned the person, it is highlighting everywhere where they were. So it's good that it's highlighted because then I can check. Okay, he's gone. Thank you for letting me know. Yep. Yeah, I just banned him. So. It's a quote from the movie. I don't remember that particular quote. The Peter O'Toole is one of my favorite actors, and I liked him. Lawrence of Arabia I have not seen in years and years and years and years, so I can't quote from it. But Ruling Class I can. And like I said, there's one line in Ruling Class that has stuck with me since the day I saw it. Yeah. You're welcome. They probably got hacked, and the bot, having taken over their account, spammed every server it could. Yeah. Well, it's gone now, so we're all good. It's too bad. I put on there that it was a hacked account. Okay, we have an issue in Discord. Yeah, when you tell me about that, give me a name as well, just so I make sure I get the right person. If you have a name for that person. But I think I found the right guy because it cleared out all of it. So you're welcome. They probably got hacked. Okay, yeah. All right, so our album of the day is MC Hammer. Please Hammer, Don't Hurt 'Em. Released Tuesday, January 30, 1990, 36 years ago. Songs include Here Comes the Hammer, You Can't Touch This, Have You Seen Her, On Your Face, Help the Children, Dancing Machine, Pray, Crime Story, She's Soft and Wet, Let's Go Deeping. Let's go deeper. Yeah, 90s hip hops. Okay, back here. All right, so let me grab this here. All right, got it. I will keep, I'm going to keep Discord in the background here so I can see if it lights up like a Christmas tree again. So I do have some questions that were sent to me, and so I will cover them if you guys aren't if you guys don't have new questions, but I will use this as our guide today. So question 1. What inspired you to get into gaming as a career? What inspired me into getting into gaming as a career was I was working in television. I was doing commercials and TV shows and stuff like that, graphics for those things. And I lived in Costa Mesa in Orange County and had to drive to Beverly Hills every day to work, which took about 2 hours to drive back and forth each way because of traffic, because LA traffic sucks. My wife said, find something closer, because I was leaving at 6 a.m. and coming back at midnight every day because of traffic and work. So I answered an ad and met Mike and Ellen when they were Silicon and Synapse, and they hired me. They interviewed me in February and then hired me in September to come in and do the cars for Rock and Roll Racing. So I 3D modeled the cars for Rock and Roll Racing. And that is how I got into games. And I signed a 5-week contract. I ended up being with them for 24 years. So yeah, and we made some games that people may know, and we've been playing those games, so we're so far so good. So that is what got me into games in my career. Okay, what was the first game you ever played? I had to look this up, because the first game I ever played, I don't think anybody saw for the longest time. The first video game. The first game was, of course, the regular stuff, like cards and things like that. But the first video games, there's 2 that come to mind. And I looked them up. One of them was this game here. Let's see. Let me see if I have the right page. Nope. It was this game here, and it was a Star Trek game. It was the original computer games for Star Trek, made in the 71 is when it was made. And it used ASCII for the screen, and it was only on a little screen. And you would set the code, and you would have your grid like here. Let me click on that so you can see the mouse. Okay. You would have your grid here, and here's you're the Enterprise. And these are stars and things like that. And you would have to set your warp speed. And what your warp speed was how much distance it went. So if I wanted to go up 3, I would say warp speed would be 3, and it would go 1, 2, 3, and that would put the Enterprise up here. You know, or I would say fire photon, and I'd say fire photon torpedoes this way, and then we could blow up that star or ship or whatever was in there. But that's all it did. So you had bases, you had Klingons, you had photon torpedoes, you had shields because they would fire on you and you could raise your shields, but it was all text. You didn't see anything, and it was text turn-based. But that was the very first game that I remember playing. This was before Pong, because I hadn't been in arcades at that time. This was before Pong. But this was the very first game I remember playing. And I remember my mom taking me to one of her friend's house, and the dad was a computer guy, and he had it on a and I used this. He had it on a computer that the computer was a box, and there in the corner of the box was just a little tiny screen. And you could play it on that with a keyboard, and that's where I first played. That was the first time I ever played a video game. Now later I got into pinball machines and things like that, and all those kind of things. Another one that was the first handheld. Let me see if I can find it here. I thought I found it. And this, for those of you that are around my age, this is going to really bring back memories. This was an LED football game that you could hold in your hand, and all you did was you moved the dot up and down to get it to the other side. You moved the dot up and down and left and right. It was extremely cool at the time. But this one was, this one came out, this was put out by Mattel in 77. Yeah. Very, very, very funny stuff. But yeah, so your character was a dot, and you would move the dot up and down. Oh, here, sorry. Click on that. Your character was a dot, and you would have to move the dot up and down and left and right to get to the other side. And this was the scoreboard, and this was the field. Yeah. Yeah, they were so basic, but they were what they were. They were all we had. You know, nobody had computers back then. You know, nobody had phones back then. You didn't have anything. You know, this was your first, like, oh my God, I have something I can hold in my hand type thing. Oh wow, I didn't realize that was off the screen, but you can still see enough of it. Too funny. So those were my first video games. Silly as hell. Wow. I am a factory today. So that was the first game I ever played. Those were the first video games I ever played. Okay, do you remember your biggest wow moment in gaming? I think my biggest wow moment in gaming for me was when Lost Vikings was released, because Lost Vikings was the very first game that I worked on from concept to out the door and in the public's hand. And that was huge. After that, my biggest wow moment in gaming would probably be the South Park stuff, because that was just like I just love that. So, yep. Those are my two biggest. Is the release of Lost Vikings was a huge wow moment for me, and then the South Park stuff. Did you ever play on the Magnavox? Yes. Magnavox Odyssey. Yes, we had. When I discovered games, I kind of went all out on them. Don't really even know what would be my wow moment. Yeah, that's just it. Is there's so many. You know, because I think that like personal stuff also is like when I built the first theater at Blizzard, and then they built, because of that, they built a real theater on campus. That was a huge wow moment and cool for me. You know, when I made the Machinima team, that was a huge wow moment because it was proving what I thought at the time is that we could do more with the game engines and stuff like that. So those were pretty huge moments for me. I don't even know what would be my wow moment. There's the problem is, and here's what I've talked about before, is you don't know their wow moments sometimes for years. And this is why I've made the suggestion to people that even if you're not going to go look for a job, every year stop and write your resume or write your CV. The reason why is because you're going to find out that you did some really amazing things that year. And you didn't realize it because you had to go on to the next amazing thing you were doing. So taking a point in time each year to stop and write your resume makes you acknowledge what you did that year. And I wish I had done it year after year when I was in my career, because I didn't do it till I stopped. Till I retired in 2014, the first time, is when I finally stopped to think about everything that I had done over the 24 years I was in gaming. And because when you're on the 100-mile-an-hour train going all the time, you don't realize how much you've done. And you need those moments to stop and do that. And you need those moments to go, okay, what did I do this year? Because one of the problems we always had at Blizzard is people would come up and say, oh, I like that video you did. And I'd have to go, which one? And I wasn't doing it to be egotistical or mean or anything. It's just like, whatever video you're talking about, I'm already 5, 6, 7 videos past it, working on something else, working on 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 things, 9 other things. If you just say that video, I don't remember which one, I don't know which one you're talking about. You know, or if you say that was cool. The only thing is, if you identify the video, the only thing I made sure to do is say, this person worked on it. You know, if you liked it, I would say everybody that worked on it, make sure that they were covered. If you didn't like it, I would say, I'm sorry, I'll do better next time. I feel like I haven't done anything amazing because my management just wants to talk about what I did wrong. That's why you have to stop and do it. Stop and pat yourself on the back. Because if all they want to do is talk about what you've done wrong, you need the list of things to point out what you've done right. I've made some Minecraft build that probably thousands of players played with. It somehow never struck me as I did it. Yeah. You know, people go, oh, I talk to people all the time that go, oh my God, you help formulate who I am from the games that you worked on. And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. No, but you have the ability, every single one of us has the ability right now to affect hundreds of millions of people, billions of people in the world. You know? And are you going to do it as a positive or are you going to do it as a negative? I always try to reach for the positive. I've got paid for it, yet it's like, meh, in my brain. Don't know why. Well, because you don't, I'm going to be very straightforward. Because you've been trained not to appreciate yourself. Stop. Write your resume. Look at all the things you've done. And tell yourself, as you're going through them, what you're going to find out is the majority of the stuff that you've done is really freaking cool. So, yeah, you're going to have stuff that's like, oh my God, I should shoot myself in the foot for that. You're always going to have that stuff. But all the other stuff, all the things where, like, I one of the first times I ever stopped to think about appreciating what we do was in Paris. As I was in Paris, we were about to announce Diablo 3. And a guy walked up to me with his kid. His kid was about 7 or 8 or something like that. And his kid wanted to talk to me about the games that he had played. And he spoke French, and I didn't speak French, but his dad spoke both. So I sat on the floor in the auditorium with this 8-year-old kid and his dad. And the kid was talking about the games he played, the things he liked, the things that he liked about the company, all this stuff. And it was the most amazing moment because we're surrounded literally by thousands of people coming in to hear the announcements and do all that stuff and a whole carnival type stuff going on. And I'm sitting on the floor next to Video Island in the middle of the auditorium with a 8-year-old kid and his dad talking, nerding out about games. And it was so amazing. It was so cool. But that's why we do it. That's why BlizzCon was invented in the first place, is so that we could talk to the people that were playing our games and find out who they are and what they do and all those kind of things. And I'm not sure what BlizzCon's become because I haven't been to BlizzCon in over 10 years, and I don't know if they've had it since 2020, but it's, I miss it because that was always the best part, was talking to fans and getting to know them and knowing what their stories were. But Scry, stop. Write your resume. Take an honest look at the work that you've done over the last year. And then pat yourself on the back for the things that you need to be patted on the back for. Because we need it. It will also keep you trying new things going forward. Because you're like, oh, I remember when I did that. Okay, I can do this time. Oh, but if I do this, it'll be better. It's a self-feeding thing. Okay. We do have zombies coming here in a second, so. All right. Boop-a-doop, boop. You guys all still out there? It's grown very quiet. The zombies are coming for your brains. They're like, if you're not using that, may I snack on it? I would like very much to snack on your brain. Yes, just taking in what you said. Okay, cool. I probably need a psychiatrist. No, you don't. You need a piece of paper and a pencil. I am floating out here in the dark abyss of digital cyberspace. Cool. Say hello to Flynn. Okay, zombies are coming momentarily. It says, ad starting soon. It's probably going to be one of those ones where it messes up, or the zombies are just going to appear out of nowhere any moment. I think my neighbor's having a big party this weekend. I think he's got one of those blow up castle things, and I think he's going to set up in the backyard. Post-zombie question. When do you know it is the time to leave your job or role? Now we will talk about that momentarily. That is a good question. Sorry, while the zombies are going, I'm checking something real quick. Okay, so that has 14 minutes. All right. Also, the delivery that was supposed to come tomorrow came yesterday. So my new cables, my new switch box, all that stuff is here. So I can literally start ripping the room apart tomorrow and putting it all back together in a more cohesive fashion. So I have a new switch box. I have new digital display cables. Some 10 footers, which is good because then I can centralize all my computers on one side and be perfectly happy. Which means I can also set up fans to cool things better. Boop, 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 boop. 6 seconds. Okay, Michelle has a question. It's just like a post-zombie question. When do you know it's time to leave your job or role? I can only answer this with my own thing. Is one of the things I did at Jagex is I said when I first got there, I go, look, I'm going to be here as long as I'm needed. If I'm not needed anymore, I'm going to leave. You know, and they laughed and all that stuff. And we spent 4 years changed the way the department did business. We had some people leave and some new ones come in. You know, we restructured the department, all that stuff. We put we took people that were in the department and elevated them to more powerful positions and removed a lot of the leadership that just was useless. You know, and by the end of the 4 years, there was nothing for me to do because we had built the team in such a way that all the right people were in the right place, all the right things were there. So I went to my boss and I said, look, you know what? I've accomplished everything I can accomplish here. It's time for me to go. And he went, what? I go, look, the creative director is amazing now. The production team, the production lead is absolutely amazing. You know, but for the question at hand is this, is you will know when it's time to go. When you're bored most of the time, or you're not making strides anymore, or your boss is not, how do I put this politely? If your boss no longer has your back, your boss no longer supports you the way a boss should support someone, which sadly most bosses don't, it's time to go. You know, and I would also say this, is if it is that time, start looking for something before you put in your notice. Especially in the U.S., because in the U.S., if you put in your notice, they usually send you home. They do kind of the same thing in the U.K., but they call it garden leave, because they still have to pay you for 3 months. But it's a tough one. Because for me, and I was lucky in this, is that leaving Blizzard was the hardest decision I ever made. And it is something that I think about quite often. You know, should I have fought harder? Should I have done anything? You know, what should I have done? You know, and I don't know. I feel like I have all 3 right now. Let's see. Go back here. This is particularly relevant to me as I just told that my hours have to be cut because of issues with not being able to get NIH grant funds in time. Wow. Maybe the blow up castle will take a little heat off the solar panels. Yeah. When it's pizza time. Yeah. Working on solutions. I mean, that's just it, is you have to work on solutions. The previous conversation. Okay. What did I miss? I feel like I have all three right now. All three as in you have your boss supports you, your things are going well, you feel like you're needed, all that kind of stuff. Or the opposite, you feel like none of those are there. It is easier to find a job in the US when you have a job, yes. But also do not grouse about why you are leaving. Always focus on the BS response of I'm looking for a change, something exciting, etc.
Troy Tech says, "Good morning, how are you?"
I'm fine, Troy Tech, how are you? Michelle, I don't know which country you're in, so I'm going to say this is in the US, the biggest issues that I find in the US is that most leadership and most companies have zero appreciation for their people, or very little. It's a very rare pocket of employment in the U.S. where an employee feels basically important to their company. Yeah. But when that point comes, it's better to leave, because what can happen is an example I'll use is when I went into Jagex, the team that I went on, everybody on that team already knew who the weakest people on that team were. And what they wanted to know was, am I really going to do something about it, or am I just going to bullshit them? And they found out very quickly that I was not going to bullshit them. And because I pretty quickly removed several people from the team and started restructuring it and elevating people that should be in the right places, and hopefully they saw that I also, not just in front of them, but when they weren't around, back them. So yeah, it's difficult in the U.S. because employees are commodities. They're not family. In the UK, I felt like they actually cared. In the US, when early Blizzard, I would say the first 20 years of Blizzard, there was a lot of caring there. Mike was amazing. Alan was amazing. They were harsh at times, but they were harsh in helping you grow, not in tearing you down. And that's what made working there amazing. Because like I said, when I started, there was less than 10 of us. When I left, there was 10,000, and it was 7 to 10,000, somewhere around there. But it all boiled down to the leadership. You believed the leadership cared, so you cared. And when that leadership changed in 2014, I didn't feel safe anymore. So, yeah, there you go. I would definitely if the fact that you're open on an open forum, you're asking on an open forum, I would say this: get your resume together, start putting feelers out, and see what works, see what comes up. You know, since you're in the U.S., you don't have to worry about the 3-month thing. You have to just put in a 2-week notice. You know. I wish you never did leave Blizzard. Did you work with me at Blizzard, Timo-san? I remember the grand exodus of Blizzard. It was a sad moment, but honestly, it lasted a long, long time as far as video game companies go. Yeah, because we thank Jan and Bob Davidson. Jan and Bob Davidson bought Silicon and Synapse and made us Blizzard. Another thing they did was they said, look, we trust you. Make the games that you want to make. We're not going to force you to release games that aren't ready. We're not going to force you to make numbers that don't exist. You know, they 100% backed us in every possible way. And for the following 20 years of that, we made some amazing games. You know, and to Bob's credit, Bob not only said these words, but put it in the contracts that dictated the ownership of the company, is that we had full autonomy to make the games we wanted. You know, because in this is like an IBM Windows moment, is the original Warcraft was shopped around to 25 different companies or more. Every single one of them said no. Bob Davidson said, I will buy you, I will let you do everything you want, and you can make the game however you want. And he did. And he left control to us. And look what it made. Over 20 years of just amazing products over and over and over again. You know, and I try to explain this to leadership at Jagex, is I had heard of RuneScape. I have played RuneScape. I had never heard of Jagex, which was the name of the company that makes RuneScape. And I said to them, I go, that's wrong. And the reason I said that was wrong was because if in the first 20 years of the company, if someone said Blizzard's coming out with a game, most players would say, here's my money. But you don't know what the game is. I don't care. We know it's going to be a good game. We know it's going to be something worth having. We know it's going to be something worth playing. You know, it didn't matter whether it was another Diablo or it was a StarCraft or a Warcraft. It mattered that our player base trusted us. And we never crossed the line to break that trust. Now later, that changed. You know, because our leadership changed. Our ownership changed. The demands from above changed. You know, when you have a game that makes over $1 billion, and your parent company is saying, or your parent leadership is saying, that's not good enough, that's a mess to me. That makes no sense to me whatsoever. Now you have a situation where if I said Blizzard's coming out with a new game tomorrow, I don't think the percentage of people that would just automatically buy it is as great as it used to be. And that's sad to me, because we worked very hard to build something that was absolutely amazing. We built it in a way that we wanted it to be. for us. We wanted the games that the games that we made were the games we wanted to play, and we wanted them to be right, and we wanted them to feel the right way and all that stuff. And we wanted to have it to where there wasn't a single piece of it that was weak or pulling the overall down. And the thing I say about that is this, is people go, you guys did all the stuff for cinematics for the games. Yes, because that was part of the game. That was part of the storytelling. You look at Warcraft 3, and it's a storyline all the way through, and then the cutscenes in between to put it all together. That was all one experience. It wasn't the game is one experience here, the cinematics are a different experience here. The other thing was, this was one cohesive. I wouldn't buy it. The Blizzard that made me want to play their games died years ago. Yeah, unfortunately it did. About how many people do you think was a good size before things went sideways? Well, there's different ways of sideways. So for individual teams, 24 to 40 is a good size for an individual team. And the reason why is because everybody will can still communicate with each other on a one-to-one basis. Everybody can know everything that they need to know and be informed of everything that they need to know beforehand. You know, because like our original teams for Warcraft 1, 2, and StarCraft were all under 50 people. And we had quick turnaround. We'll look at between Warcraft 1 and Warcraft 2. There was 24 people in the company. Warcraft 1 came out. 9 months later, Warcraft 2 came out. You can't do that with a massive team. You can't even keep communication going. But what we noticed was anything over 50 people, communication starts breaking down exponentially from that point on. And one thing you want to have is you have to make sure that everybody on your team is looking at the same North Star or Southern Cross if you're in the southern hemisphere. Everyone has to be on the same planet. Everyone has to have the exact same information. I've been seeing companies where they'll tell one team one thing, they'll say another team another thing, and another team another thing, and all of them are working on the same game. And then they're surprised when all of it comes together and it doesn't work together, or it doesn't fit together, or it feels wrong. You know, it's because you told all your people different things. So I think that anything between 24, I would say 24 and 40 is a good size single team. You know, the thing you have to do, and what we tried to do, is as you have to build those teams bigger, you make sub teams in those that are those size, and then management over that. But it gets a little bit tricky. But if you can, most games, a basic setup for a game, if you're going to sit down and write the storyline and do all that kind of stuff, you can do it with a room of 10 people. Get the whole thing together, you know, pound out all the design stuff, all that stuff, and then it's just a matter of just making the game. You know, also the issues you have when you get to the thousands of people and stuff like that is if your middle managers are not all getting the same information, they're going to lead their teams into directions you probably don't want them to be. And everyone on planet plays those games over and over again. A lot of them do. I mean, a lot of the games, like we've been playing all the games in order here, and I'm enjoying most of them. Some of them are quite frustrating. The bubble level for the rest of my life, and even at the time I put it together, is because I did all the layouts for all that stuff. Those levels will haunt me forever, but that's okay. You know, this stuff we're doing now in Warcraft 3, it's like, okay, cool stuff. Yeah. But Alyan B87, what I'll say is this. The size of the team should only be small enough and large enough that everybody on that team gets the same information. And that any leadership that you put in place over these teams both agree, they have to agree to the direction that everything's going, and they have to agree to that everybody needs to be informed, because a lot of managers don't keep their people informed, and it sucks. And when it comes out that a team went the wrong way, the manager will throw that team under the bus like in a heartbeat. And it's like, we were never told that. We were never told the information you guys are talking about. Okay, let's see. Question over here. Do you like Heroes of Might and Magic series? Never played it. I've never played Heroes of Might and Magic. It's funny because it goes with the next question here is, what's your all-time favorite game and why? I never played Ultima Online. All the guys at Blizzard did. And the reason why is because I used to call it the waiting around game. Because every time I went into somebody's office, they were sitting there literally, and this was after hours, they'd be sitting there waiting for people to group up. And sometimes they would sit there for hours waiting. And I'm like, I don't want to do that. Well, that's my whole thing about all games, about being able to I just want to go in and play. I don't want to wait for you. It gets really annoying to have to wait to play a game for 12 people to decide to turn their computer on and come inside. So no, I never played Ultima Online. I never played any of those. Mostly because most of the 3D games I couldn't play because of my eye, which is, when I answer this next question over here, you'll understand. Is I can't do first-person shooters or anything like that because my left eye won't allow it. I get vertigo from it. And the question over here, and we're going to have zombies in a second, and we'll answer this question after. What's your all-time favorite game and why? And I will talk about that after the zombies come and go. That's why I stick with one-player offline games mostly. I don't mind it being all online. I just really like one single-player games. But yeah, like I said, we have zombies here in a moment. That's why. I miss online games with friends, but everyone has lives. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Online games can be extremely fun, but my experiences with raiding and stuff like that have all been negative. I'm going to go with this question after the zombies pass. You have a good point, Oni Demon. Playing together is fun. Well, depends on who you're playing with. My first, yeah. I finally gave in and said, okay, I'll go raid with you guys. And it was horrible. Oh my God, it was bad. I think it was Encourage, yeah. And apparently I did everything wrong. I wasn't supposed to pick the item up. Only the lead guy could pick the item up. and all kinds of, you're not in the right spot, you're not doing the right things. I'm like, okay, I'm done. So, single player, that's for me. 30 seconds. AQ is not where you want to go for the first raid. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Well, I learned that, but that's where they wanted to go, so. As you guys have learned watching me play, I love making overwhelming forces, and
Brains.
all right. Sorry about that. That should have came during zombies, but oh well. So the question over here now is, what's your all-time favorite game and why? My all-time favorite game, because I was watching everybody back in the day playing first-person shooters and I couldn't play them. One finally came out that I could play, and it was Half-Life 2. And the story and the gameplay for Half-Life 2, I loved. Absolutely loved it. You know, so from a PC standpoint, my favorite game was Half-Life 2. And why? Because I could play it, and the storyline was really good, all that kind of stuff. It's an old game, and I know that, but Half-Life 2 was a lot of fun. Yeah, so that is my all-time favorite PC game. My all-time favorite pinball machine was the Tommy pinball machine from way back in the 70s. Yeah, it was great, and it didn't mess with my eyes, which was absolutely fantastic. You know, and it has to do with basically if back then games were at a certain hertz, and which is funny because it would make my left eye hurt. You know, so. But Half-Life 2, great game, absolute great game. This one I kind of answered, but I'm gonna have a different answer here. What's your proudest achievement in gaming so far? Surviving. I came from a kind of people that were supposed to burn out and die of drug overdoses, in all honesty. And I didn't. I achieved, and I learned, and I walked away from all that stuff that was going on in high school and stuff like that and just said, no, I don't want to be that person. And got myself to, and gaming, I was a plumber for 8 years before gaming, worked in television for a year and a half between, and then entered gaming. And the fact that my proudest achievement 100% is I survived. I'm still here. I'm still relevant. I'm still making things. I'm still creating things. Those are my proudest achievements. And my kids aren't dicks. So that's another one. Okay, the next one over here is, has working in games changed how you see the world or yourself? Yes, absolutely. I remember, and I don't usually talk politics, but I always thought this was funny, is when Hillary Clinton was running for president, someone asked me, well, are you going to vote for her? I go, no. And they go, why not? I go, because when she was the first lady, she attacked my industry. She wanted to get rid of gaming. And so that was her big thing. We can say yes. The other one, we don't know. I'm still standing, better than I ever did. Looking like a true survivor, feeling like a little kid. I remember when that album came out. I got the Design of Everyday Things book. Interesting so far. Yeah, I love that book. I absolutely love that book. And it's funny because you'll walk around and you'll see Norman doors everywhere. You'll go, oh my God, I never noticed that. Okay, what's the biggest lesson you've learned from failure? The biggest lesson I've learned from failure was that it's probably not a failure. You probably just did it wrong. And what I mean by that is this, is we've talked about the theater at Blizzard and things like that, and Machinima's another one and stuff like that. Is I remember saying or pitching ideas for these things and getting completely shot down. And then I remember going back to my office and going, okay, I'm just going to do it and then show them the results and see if they still feel that way. And that's what I did. So when they said no to the movie theater, that it was a bad idea, I came in from midnight till 4 a.m. and built the movie theater in one of our meeting rooms, and led to that failure for them when they turned me down to do it in the first place, led to them loving the idea after they were sitting in it. Same thing with Machinima. As I thought about Machinima, and I'm like, okay, we can use this to make trailers and stuff for games. And they're like, no. So I went and, for the most part on my own, built the Flying Mounts trailer and and I forget the Nox Ramas trailer. And then that led to them going, oh, wow, this is a good idea. And then they let me build a Machinima team and hire people that to come in and build things from the game engine. So most of the failures became huge successes. And so I don't think failure's a fair way to call them. So my biggest lessons I've learned from failures is that they're not failures. You just pitched it wrong. My mind went straight to the gaming and frustrations I've got in games. Why does the door not open? Yeah. There's a story in that book in regards to a program that was written, and that the people using it have to do like a weird hand movement on the keyboard to get something to work. And they thought it was them, and it's actually the design was wrong. It was such a great place for Warcraft 3, but made in WoW. It was actually greatly done. Thank you. Well, the first one that was put in WoW was the Gate one. And that was a tough one, because that one came out of an argument. Is I wanted to put Machinima in game for WoW. I was told no, that it was this was when I built the Machinima team and I wasn't in the cinematics team anymore. And they said no, the in game, the stuff for WoW is all supposed to be the cinematics team. And I had gotten into an argument with the cinematics team in regards to some StarCraft 2 stuff, and them saying that we couldn't use any of the cinematic assets for the StarCraft 2 trailer we were working on. And that led to a huge argument where some very powerful people were all pulled into a room, and we were all sitting there, and they the leader of at the time of the cinematics team lied and said we never told them they couldn't use it. And my boss knew they lied and looked at the guy lying, and then growled while he sat back in his chair, and then called me to his office later. He goes, what do you want to do? I go, here's what we want to do. And that led to the Gate thing for inside the Gate cinematic, Machinima piece inside World of Warcraft. And he said, do it. Don't tell anybody. So we worked on it in secret, put it all together, built it. The Wrathgate piece was done. We had people on the team secretly put it in, and nobody knew it was there until QA saw it. And they lost their minds over it. They thought it was amazing. And then all hell broke loose. And it led to the Cinematics team having a big meeting as to who can and cannot put things in game. So from that point on, there were 6 people that had to approve everything that went in that game. But they also saw the value of it, and they kept it. Yeah. Even though I've never played Wrathgate. I've never been to Northrend. Never will. Okay. So yeah, so we put that in there, and nobody knew it was there until they saw it in game, and that was, I thought, was amazing. And it's all because somebody lied. I don't deal well with people that lie, especially when they lie so openly. But failures are a whole nother thing. Failures are not failures. I always, whenever I think about, okay, I failed on this, I think about a story I read, and I don't know if it's true or not. It's about Edison. Edison tried over 2,000 times to make the light bulb work. And his comment to it was, I didn't fail. I learned 2,000 ways it didn't work. Okay. Okay, what non-gaming skill has proven unexpectedly valuable in your career? Patience. There are times when you want to jump up and say, you're a friggin' idiot. Don't do that. You know, state your case cleanly and precisely, unemotionally. Then patiently go back to your office and make it work. Make a working version of what it is you're trying to do. But patience with other people and their, I'll just say it flat out, their stupidity is one of the strongest things you can ever do. Because it's actually quite fun to be in a meeting, have someone say something stupid, look at them with the look of, what you just said is stupid, not actually saying something, and then going and proving them wrong. There's actually I actually enjoy that quite a bit. Because nothing proves someone wrong better than showing it in action. Oh, the next question is, tell us about your current project or latest release. Okay, I can't talk about that. That's under NDA. I'm under NDA for that for a while, so we're going to hold off on that. Can you walk us through a typical day in your work life? Yeah, sure. I wake up at 7:45 every morning. I take a shower. I come down and do a ginger shot, which is just orange juice, ginger, and some other things, turmeric and things like that. I make a coffee. I sit down on my computer. I make sure everything's set up for the day in regards to our show and stuff like that. This is Monday through Friday. And then I check all of my security stuff to make sure nothing happened in the night I need to know about. Check in with the security team, you know, just to make sure that there was nothing in the middle of the night I should know about. And then, let's see, go through my checklist for the show, which is quite absorbent. and make sure everything's in place. Like the shirts, is the right shirt is up there, the right movie's up there, all the written stuff is up there. Making sure all that stuff's done. Making sure that the game runs today, because sometimes it doesn't, and I have to fight with that. So it takes me about 2 hours to prep for the show and get it going. Then do the show, which you guys all see. Then an hour after the show for all the stuff like putting all the information in Discord and stuff like that, and then doing setups for tomorrow, for like prepping the dad jokes and stuff like that for tomorrow. And what I say prepping is I have to go in and do an overall sort so that it pulls new ones from the 5,000 joke list and then puts them together. And then I run a program that builds a script for After Effects that then builds the stuff that you guys see. So it all locks down, and then I render that out. After that, I do my best to get over and hang out with Frigga and do things with her, and then come back, because she goes to bed early. So I come back and work on side projects at night. So everything's already, by the time I go to bed, everything's already set up for the next day. I just need to do checks in the morning and then all that kind of stuff. But that's the typical day. And then I work on my side projects between at night, so it keeps me busy. And then on weekends, Saturday morning, now that it's summer, or not summer, but it's warmer, Chomps runs for the first 2 hours Saturday morning. So I keep an eye on him, and then I have, like, on my iPad, his cameras are always on my iPad, so I can always see where he is on the yard, and if anybody's bothering him, he sends me little alerts and stuff. So, and then I'll go out and watch him sometimes and see if he gets caught on something. So that's fun. And then the rest of the weekend I just spend with Frigga or work on side projects. So that is my day. Okay. Where do you find inspiration for your ideas? Everywhere. I find inspiration for my ideas everywhere. Everything in life is can be used for something. Like you guys are seeing, like when we do the flow of consciousness stuff for the game that we're working on, it's just like, what did that trigger? Like we had raided, God, who did we raid? God, oh, Kenneth Lee, Kevin Lee. What is it? What's his name? Sorry, I don't. Where is it at? Up. Christopher Yee. We raided Christopher Yee the other day, and he was talking about a thing he was doing this weekend, and how he's going to go and build a computer at a convention, and then they're giving the computer away at the end. And and I just thinking about it, I'm like, okay, well, it'd be cool if it did this. What if the computer at the end actually, because they do a drawing or some kind, what if the computer at the end actually calls out the winner? So it's kind of like it's picking its new owner. Got any plans to take us through the cinematic design process? Would love to see you create something like that. When we get to the point with our game for the cinematic, yes. Because I have been throwing around an idea in my head for the opening sequence. Because there's got to be a couple opening sequences. I think there are a couple machinima / movie sequences for the interstitial sequences for the game. And what I was thinking about was the areas for this, the intro, the outro, of course, for the bumpers. And then because the statues are such a big deal in regards to his advancing and his leveling up, I'm thinking about a small one in there, because we had talked about him aging every time he completes one of those, so that by the time he goes to save Grandpa, he's not a little kid anymore. He's been powered up by the different things. So eventually we will be designing cinematics for those. So that will, so the question is absolutely yes. We will go through that. And I also found, and I put it away and I didn't set it up for today, so we'll probably set it up for next Friday ends, is one of the original animatics for, I think it was War 3. Yeah, War 3, where I took the drawings that were done and cut them all up and then animated them for a playthrough. And we'll probably do that for our game. Those will do animatics for all of it, because animatics are actually kind of fun to do. Move this a little bit closer. Okay. We have 1 minute. Okay. How do you nurture creativity and collaboration in your team? You just talk to them. One of the things that I found really, really good, and I carry it everywhere I go, is the 10 o'clock morning stand-up. And sometimes you do the stand-up and it has nothing to do with the work you're working on that day. It's just getting people to talk to each other. Which even when we went into lockdown, we still had our stand-up on Zoom. And people still had to look at each other in the face and stuff like that. And still had to, you tell them where are you with the project? And then let them know you're holding these people here up. But also just the human interaction. You know, if you're a boss that always just stays in your office with your door closed, then you're a pain in the ass. You're not going to help. That's not helpful. You know, you need to be interactive with your people. Because the more interactive you are with them, the more interactive they will be with each other. We used to also have a breakfast bar that we had in our area, where we had cereal and milk and all that other stuff, where you come in and just have a bowl of cereal in the morning or some orange juice or whatever. You know, and then everybody would pick their favorite cereal, and we'd make sure that we always kept it stocked so that they could have it. So yeah, remember that the people that work for you are humans, and they do human things. They're not just there to pump out pixels for you. We got zombies coming. The question here is, what's the most important quality of collaboration? It's just doing it. Talking to other people is going to spark new ideas. We'll cover that in a moment. Zombies. Zombies. Gotta walk the dog. Cool. Walk well. You drink water. Need some water. Just walking the dog. Trying to stay in bed while listening in. Oh, cool. Well, take care of yourself. "24 seconds. Sorry, I just looked up at one of the questions. It's going to make you laugh in a minute. Not the next one we're doing, but the question after that. Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Goodbye, zombies. All right, the next question over here is, what's the most important quality in a collaborator? Communication. In all honesty, if I love collaborating with people, but I also love hearing the best, worst, and middle ideas, because it's gonna. I've always said that if you have like a team of like three or more people, and you're all in a room throwing ideas around, even the bad ideas are going to spark good ideas in everybody else and somebody at the table. So always talk, always question, always communicate. Are these questions posted on Discord? Just DM me. Yeah. The next one cracks me up. It says, "Is that your real hair?" Yes. Here, I will prove it. See? There's my scalp. No wigs, no connects. Scalp all the way through. That is my real hair. I grow it myself. Yes, that is my real hair. If it was not my real hair, I would not have this much gray in it. I would probably have much more, actually. I'm waiting till I go full Gandalf. I gotta get there eventually. Probably when I'm 70, maybe. Not a wig, confirmed. It is my real hair. I grew it myself. It's funny because where I'm at, most of the males in this area have very short military style haircuts, and I do not. And I've pointed this out to Frigga a couple times, is I'll go to stores and women at the cash register will say, "Your hair is gorgeous." I'm like, okay. And I will say, "Oh, I grew it myself," as a joke, but no. It is my actual hair. And there are many pictures throughout the year showing that it is like this. Now, the funny thing is I have not cut it. I don't think I've cut it since we started this show. I do have to do a trim on it, but I'll only take about an inch or two off just to get the ends off of it, but I will probably trim it at some point. Yeah, you can DM me on Discord, or yeah, that's probably the best place. Let's see. Okay, collaboration, we covered that one. Okay. There's some creative questions, it looks like. Did the story or gameplay come first in your project's development? The project that we're working on now, we literally, as you guys saw, because you guys were part of it, we literally just opened up Miro and started throwing ideas around. You know, and we had a basic idea, and then that morphed into the whole thing with the Norse gods, which came much later. You know, but we had the basic structure of how we were going to put things around. And even Sparta put together a map for us that we'll probably end up using in the end. You know, and now that we're to the point to where our project stability is pretty close now. You know, it's just now fixing little things here and there, making sure infrastructure's there so that we could build the game that we want. So that we can build the game that we're building. But because I'm not a programmer and I've had to learn it all, there's a lot of things that still need to be functional before we can do that. But if you look back, and I think it's in the Discord, Sparta put up a map that my brain keeps going back to, which will probably be more like how our world will be laid out in the future. So we'll see how that goes. And Sparta will get credit for that, of course, which we give him credit as well as other people credit in our game dev area. But on the game itself, he'll get credits as well. So yeah, for our particular case, a basic storyline came first. Then the gameplay came out of that, because until you know who your character is and what world you live in, you can't really say what you'll do. I mean, would you have arrows in space? Probably not, unless everything broke loose and it was that. So knowing what environment you live in and where your character lives is always going to be helpful. Can you explain your philosophy on difficulty or challenge? Okay, can you explain your philosophy on difficulty or challenge? I mean, I think that I like the idea of having multiple difficulty levels on a game. You know, so normal, easy, hard. My dad is almost 90 and he still doesn't have gray hair on the top of his head. Only recently he has some on the sides. Yeah, it kind of starts here. It starts here and in the beard for some reason. So I think it just like kind of spreads up this way and then ventures out. I don't know. But my first gray hairs weren't in my beard. They were here. Although I will be honest, there's been times when I've thought, okay, I'm going to get one of those colored like bars and do it all up and see what it actually would look like now with it all being dark for a day. But I don't know. I remember a guy in high school who had a big gray streak just literally appear overnight in his hair. And his dad had the same one and his grandfather had the same one. And all of them said, yeah, it just happens. It's part of their genetics. But I also know people that in high school that went completely gray in high school. And that was in the 70s before there was like some of the stresses we have now. Don't have to worry about gray hairs if you're bald. Yeah, but then your head gets cold. You have to find really warm hats. Hair printer ink is weird when it runs out. Well, because in my understanding, I'll have to check on this, but they say that your hair grays from the end inward, not from your head outward. Crochet hats. I know quite a few people who have crochet hats for their bald heads. Yeah, so your hair actually grays from the outside in, not the inside out, is what I understand. But yeah, I think that your normal, as far as the question, and explain your philosophy on difficulty and challenge, you want your normal setting to be able to be solvable by the majority of the people out there. Your hardest setting should be for like the top, I would say 15%. Your easiest setting should be for the top, the bottom 15%. But that good 70 to 80% in the middle should be able to solve your game in the normal mode. Yeah, I have a friend whose daughter crochets a lot of stuff. I remember I think it was for Christmas, I bought them one of those crochet needles that keeps count, which was kind of cool. Because apparently one of the problems with crocheting is you lose count sometimes as to how many loops or whatever you've put in. What was the hardest mechanic to balance and why? For me, economies are the worst. In fact, we haven't even touched on that in our game because I fear economies. So the economy mechanics are just scare. Quite frankly, they scare the shit out of me. You know, so I'm gonna have to probably, when we start working on the economy and how the economy works, then we're gonna have to. I'm gonna have to bring someone in and have long conversations. I saw a cosplayer who crocheted one of the best looking Predator outfits I have ever seen. Oh, cool. Yeah, my friend Jessica does like she crocheted a bunch of stuff to put on the wolf on or the orc on Wolfback in the quad at Blizzard. She's a Blizzard employee and she does that kind of stuff. So yeah, so economies are the worst mechanic for me to balance, in all honesty. It just drives me crazy. How do you approach designing progressive or leveling systems? That's tricky. We actually, for me, because a lot of like leveling systems are based on points that your characters earned. I wanted to keep away from that. That's why we have the statues in our game, is because as he completes a statue, he levels up with that. That way I don't have to do a whole bunch of math in regards to how many points does he need before he goes up and how many does this. To me, it just seemed like an easy, simple way to level him up and be able to see in an instant what level he's at, because you can look at, oh, those statues are up, that's what level he's at. So that's my thing, because the progression stuff can get mathematically heavy on most games, and I remember the old games where it was all point based, and there is a mathematical equation for it. I cannot say. Yeah. And I can't say because I can't remember it, because it's a very evolved mathematical equation for levels. And I played many games where it's like, oh, I need 5,000 more points. Even Dicky, which is the game that I play absolutely every single day, I've reached level, in fact, in the last week, I've reached level 940 something. I've been playing this game for probably 10 years. I'm 947, and each level gets progressively more. So like for the level that I'm at, to reach the next level, I need 141,814,000 points. And I'm like, that's crazy. That's just for the next level. That's just to get to level 948. So I prefer on-screen. I think the milestone leveling is what you call it on a demon here, and that's a good name for it. I like that, because leveling can get way out of control. But the same reason is, like, so if you have if it wasn't for the way WoW's leveling system works, I would have never been able to get past Northrend without going there. Because I stayed at Hellfire Peninsula and kept leveling up and leveling up until I was good enough to go and jump into the Maelstrom and bypass Northrend altogether. I could not have done that if it was a milestone leveling system. I think I should have brought some cough drops in because I'm talking a lot today. Yeah, so right now, my Diggy's Adventure is we're at 947 with a need of 141,814,000 points to reach the next level. So that's a lot. And right now, I have every single level they have available done. So until they put new content in, I can't do anything with this game. So, Pixel Federation, get more Diggy levels in. Allows you to power level using side quests. Yes. And like that about WoW before they did the catch. Yeah, I don't like the catch-up stuff. That one was just like, and here's why. Because to me, the catch-up stuff is, yes, you can get your guy to that level, but you don't know all the nuances to that character. And that's why I really, really liked with my hunter, I like the grind. I like to go and do the grind. I learn what my character can do. I can learn what my pet can do. I can do all that stuff. And I really enjoyed that. And then they did the catch up stuff. And it's like, okay, yeah, you've got that new character to that level, but you don't really know how to use them. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, let's just go enjoy the game. Okay, the next question is, were there any major technical hurdles you had to solve? Yes, and we're still solving them today. Like yesterday, we were working on centralizing the, the, the character settings for our townspeople. So we have a single location where we can go and adjust all their character settings, like their size on the screen, all that stuff, so that we don't have to resize them every single time we put them on the screen. So if we make a new map and we need that character to appear over there, we don't have to keep resizing them on the map. We just do it in a central location. They're always the same size throughout the whole game, and we're all good. So it's similar to what we did with the language system and stuff like that, where it's all centrally located. It's all in one place. We can go and fix it and do adjustments. So, but I had to learn how to do all that stuff. So the fact that now we started building our central location for all the sizes of everybody, we can adjust them as we see fit. We can put them all side by side and play with the numbers. So so technical hurdles are huge for me because I did not do programming as a thing. Didn't we just do? Wow, that's weird. Zombies are coming again in 3 minutes, it says. We just had them. Weird. Okay. When I got back to WoW in BFA after taking a break since, I would turn off XP gain each time I got to one level short of the max. For the experience I was playing when I would play everything I could. Oh, cool. I mean, that's just it. You're finding ways around, which is great. But yeah, for us, for the technical side, it's me learning how to use Game Maker Studio to its most optimal. And it's not, because it's not something I did throughout the years. You know? And in the last years, it's just been mostly cat herding than anything else. How do you make how do you make your game's world feel alive and immersive? For me, you have to attach. You have to work on making sure that your player is emotionally attached to the character they're playing. If they're not, then they're going to have a horrible experience. But they took away the ability to switch off XP gain last night. Did they? Like I said, I have not checked the game for a long, long time. And to the point to where my account is gone. I have written them to try to get it back on, but they have not. Here, I'll turn this on so I can look in a little bit to see if they've written back yet, because it's been a week. They did. Yeah, I'm not sure what. I have not been involved in WoW in ways. I got a surprise call earlier from Gecko about something I had no idea about. Way to wake up for sure. Okay. I don't know. All right. Was it the actual lizard that called you? Sorry, that was a bad joke. This next one. Are there hidden lore details or Easter eggs you think fans missed? Oh, everywhere. The list is huge. Nano. It's a fair question. Answer it. It was an endurance adjuster. Much scarier. Yeah, there's stuff hidden in all of our games. I've showed you guys some of them. You know, it's just like in, I believe it's Warcraft 3? In the intro to Warcraft 3, the Millennium Falcons, or a version of the Millennium Falcon is in Warcraft 3. Yeah, I showed you the one from Justice League Task Force, the Paradise Island one. Yeah, there's stuff hidden throughout all the games. Even in WoW, there's video island, which is a hidden island that has a lot of the people that work for me in the video department on it, and their cats, which was a hidden island until until they started letting you fly everywhere. And then I think that people found it, but I don't know. But the last time I was online, it was still there. They hadn't killed it, so I'm hoping that it is still there. Who knows? We'll see. When we get back in and we're able to fly, if I will see if it's still there or not, because they may have turned it into something. We do have zombies coming momentarily. See? Told you. Didn't know they were coming that fast. Sorry about that. Okay, those... What? I always like these little Easter eggs. Ovaries plus in the fighting game. Those aren't ovaries, ha ha ha. Well, I would suggest a heating pad. My understanding is heating pads do wonders for ovaries when they're doing their thing. It was funny as I used to have a friend, I still have a friend, but when she had her things going on, she would literally have her boyfriend or whoever was around take a stick and push on her on the outside to kind of compress her ovaries to calm them the hell down. From the outside, not from the inside. Okay. Some of these questions crack me up. Okay, so the next question on this list, let me see if there's any from you guys over here. No, there's none in Discord and DMs. There's no DMs. Okay. All right, let's go back to this list. What is the most exciting trend in gaming right now? I have no idea. I think that we're in a lull, in all honesty. There's nothing that... Everything right now, to me, and I could be completely wrong because I am isolated for the most part, but everything to me right now just feels like a rinse and repeat. You know, so I could be wrong. There could be something amazing out there. I just haven't seen it. You know, so yeah. I know that sounds absolutely terrible on my part, but I don't mean it that way. I'm sure there's people out there doing amazing stuff. I'm just in my little bubble. I'm not seeing it, so but that's also why we put up in our Discord, we have the suggest a game section and stuff like that, is so that you guys can say, oh, wait, no, this is out there. This is cool. Because I don't always know and I don't always see everything, and nobody does. Nobody sees everything. If they did, they would go insane, and then they would hate each other. Sorry, I'm putting something on over here real quick. What the hell happened? Let's see, that's what we want. Okay. Okie dokie dokes. Rinsing and repeating are important steps. Yes, it is, but you don't keep doing it. There are a lot of do something simulators. Yeah, there's nothing right now that stands out where I just go, oh, wow, cool. But then again, like I said, I just may not have seen it. So there's stuff out there like I said, I don't see a lot of things. How do you see the industry evolving regarding diversity and inclusion? I think for the most part, we've done a pretty good job. I think that for a lot of companies, the management teams could be a little bit more diverse. I've always just been, you know what, if the person is the right person for the job, they're the right person for the job. It doesn't matter beyond that to me. I've seen it done in many, many different ways, and it's not sometimes not for good. And sometimes it's because it's the best person. If you're the best person for the job, you're the best person for the job. I'm not in any company right now, and I don't go diving into what companies are doing and stuff like that. So I don't, other than the companies I've worked for, I know that when I was at Blizzard in those early years, we tried very hard to make sure we were getting as much inclusion as possible, because that's going to give you better games. It's going to give you better experiences. It's going to give you better things. I will say this is, going in, a perfect example to me would be going to live in Cambridge in the UK for
Troy Tech
those
says,
4 years.
Why did the insurance adjuster bring a ladder to help with high premiums?
So I went to the UK, and living in the UK for a year, for those 4 years, completely changed my perspective on how I live in the US. And it was very interesting. So I think that anytime that you can get more people from different areas, different diversities, different realms, the better your games are going to be. How do you handle sensitive topics, representations in your games? In all honesty, if you look at the early stuff from Blizzard, we never thought of it. Arc people smoked. The in-game people, they smoked, they drank, they were assholes. They were, all those things. There was no. We didn't filter it. Because to me right now, my personal opinion is the world's way over-filtered. It's too much. To the point, when you get to the point to where someone looking at you wrong offends you, or someone just going about their own lives that has nothing to do with you offends you, that's your problem. That's not their problem. There's a point where what is the word I'm looking for? Being empathetic is not being sensitive. Two different things. Empathy for someone who's suffering and stuff like that and helping them is a good thing. Being overly sensitive to everything around you and being offended by everything is just a huge waste of energy. I remember there was and you can probably look it up because I believe it made the news. There was a guy in Riverside, and he was a midget. That's what he was. And he worked at a bar, and at the bar he would have a sombrero on his head, and he would have chips and salsa on his head, and he would walk around and do his thing, and people would tip him and do all that kind of stuff. And someone came into the bar, got upset about it, never talked to him, got upset about it, and then the bar ended up firing the guy because because people complained. When the guy was perfectly happy doing the job, he wasn't forced to do the job. He enjoyed doing the job, and he was making money doing it. So it just made no sense to me. If you're offended for someone who's not offended, that's not right. But I remember them interviewing the guy afterwards, and he was like, "I was very happy doing my job. I was very happy doing that. I did not want to lose that job." Games are the same way. Your game doesn't have to 100% reflect reality, but within your game space, don't hide things. If you're making a game about, say greaser gangs in the 50s, and you don't have a rolled up thing of cigarettes in someone's arm on someone's white t-shirt, then because it will offend someone that they were smoking, then you're not given the full experience of what you're trying to give. Yeah, the whole getting offended for people who aren't offended has always been a problem for me. What's your stance on acceptability and inclusiveness in design? Come one, come all. We've had this conversation on here before. Is even bad ideas can lead to good ideas. So listen to everybody. It's like one of Blizzard's things was every voice matters. And one of the things Mike said was, yes, every voice matters, but not every voice is right. But you still have to listen to them. You still have to hear every voice. Because I've been in meetings, and we've talked about this several times, I've been in meetings where someone says a really bad idea, but that bad idea has a point in it of an idea that fixes a problem for the good idea this other guy over here had. And I've seen it happen way too many times to be accident. So listen to the ideas, listen to the good ideas, listen to the bad ideas. And I don't care who it comes from. Take all the ideas in. And then find out which ones work with what you're doing and which ones don't. And if you're saying, "Oh, I can't take that idea because Billy Ray Joe Bob has a birthmark on his face," then you're an idiot. So yeah. Great ideas come from everywhere. Bad ideas come from everywhere. And all of them lead to something. So get with it. As Howard used to say, don't be stupid, you moron. One thing I obviously love is people that say they can't come up with a good idea. But then I just turn the script on them and I just say, can you come up with a bad idea? If you can come up with a bad idea, then you can think of the opposite as well. Yeah. The fact that you know it's a bad idea means that you know there's a good idea. Let me fix this. It didn't do what it was supposed to do over here, so I need to click my keyboard over to this real quick. I guess that's not going to work. Sorry, I need to type something real quick on this other computer. Yeah, that's the right one. Why is it not? Okay. Now we can come back. Let it do its thing. Hopefully it'll work. Did they write me back finally? Okay, I'll have to look at that later. And to the perfectionist, every idea is a bad idea. You know what? The whole perfectionist thing is silly. You know, because all you're doing is you're setting up a bias that nobody can ever reach. So good luck. What is the next question here is, what is the biggest challenge facing the game industry now? I think it's the same challenge that we've always had. It's the challenge that I've always seen in the game industry is this: is you have the corporate wants versus the creative wants. And sometimes the corporations don't understand that if you let your creative people do their thing, they're going to make more money for you than what you're asking them to. So apparently Blizzard did write me back, but I have some things I guess I have to go do. You challenge people for sure. No, it's not that. I mean, I don't think anybody's technically mentally challenged. I think that it's just... Now, greed... Patience is more a problem. Because if Bob Davidson would have forced us to release Warcraft 1 before it was ready, say like, oh, no, you have to release a game first quarter, we don't care what it is, which is what most corporations do. You have to release one game in first quarter, you have to release another one in second quarter, you have to release 3 in fourth quarter because it's Christmas, blah, 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 blah. You know, it's all well and good. However, if Bob had forced us to do that and Warcraft 1 wasn't the hit that it became, WoW would have never happened. WoW would have never made $1 billion, over $1 billion. And all the things that we did after that, StarCraft, Diablo, none of that stuff would have happened. None of it. You know, but it's because we were allowed to decide from the creative standpoint and from the game standpoint whether the game was ready for the public or not. We were able to make one of the biggest dents in gaming industry ever. And that's kind of lost sometimes. Is we made games because we made the games that we wanted to play. And we found everything and looked for everything we needed to do that. What is this? Greedy probably. I mean, skins, loot bogs, etc. It's kind of mean. Yeah, well, it's just like companies that, and you'll find this mostly in November, December. And I used to call it the green hat problem. Is you'll be able to tell companies that their overlords are complaining that they haven't made their numbers for the year by the ones that have, oh, here's our holiday special green hat you can buy, you know, in hopes that will give the revenue needed to where the corporate guys will back off. So you see that a lot in online games where it's just like, here's that huge special offer. Usually around Christmas time, the end of the year. Okay, I need to check the settings on this because it says that we're now 4 minutes off from zombies. I could have swore we just had zombies. Okay, when I pull after I pull everything apart this weekend, I have to check the Blizz BattleNet stuff because it looks like there are emails over there. Okay, Okay, what has surprised you most about how players interact with your games? I think that the thing that surprised me most, and I think this is about all online stuff, is when they just turn into assholes about it. I mean, because there are a lot of people that will just, it's okay to say, you know what, I really didn't like that game. It's not okay to show up at the company's office and throw rocks at the building, which has happened in the past. In fact, I remember when I think it was with Diablo, is they had to ban quite a few people because of cheating, and someone showed up to where we had to have security guards outside the building because some guy showed up demanding that Mike come out and answer for it. So that is the part that gets me. Is the bottom line is these are games, and if you're so disconnected from your personal life in the game, then you need to get some help. Because removing a game from your life should not impact your life. How do you stay connected with your fans and community? I'm learning that. Because I've made it very clear. My job has always been the guy in the back room just getting shit done. My job has not been in front of the public. My job has not been interacting 100% with the community, and it's something I don't know. So I'm learning. The most I've interacted with the community is on this show, and we've been doing it for almost 2 years now. 2 years in November, so a year and a half. And I'm still learning. I don't know everything. I don't know how to interact with this sometimes, and I'm not always right about it. Cheating in multiplayer games goes over my head too. As soon as you cheat, you lost. Yeah. So it's one of those things. It's like, okay, I'm learning how to stay connected with fans. I'm learning how to stay connected with community. Like on our Discord, I know I've started, some of you have probably noticed that I started this week with saying good morning in the morning because I wasn't for the longest time. And I'm like, I should probably be saying more on here, but I'm learning. So it's hopefully we'll turn that around. Can you share a moving message or story you've received from a player? Like I said, the one that always comes to my heart is the one with the French kid in Paris. That one will always be that moment. Cheating in a single player game, fine by me. Cheating in a multiplayer, out of the window with you. Multiplayer is either fun shit or giggles or so serious. Oh. It depends on the perspective of the player, in all honesty. Just because you're in a multiplayer game doesn't mean that everybody in that game is looking at the same North Star. We have zombies coming in a second. Yeah, if you know that they're cheating, then better for you. If they're cheating, you don't know it. That's a whole different story. Oh, zombies. I know you're out there. I'm going to have to look at the count after the zombies go away. I'm going to have to look at the count because I don't think 22 minutes has passed since the last zombies came up. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab a cough drop real quick to kind of fix this throat thing. Okay, so it does say 21 minutes, but it didn't seem like it was 21 minutes. So okay. It generates income that allows you to survive. That's a different thing. I wouldn't put that in the same space as cheating just to win. Yeah, it says 22 minutes did indeed pass, so I don't know. Okay, next question on this list is how do you respond to conflicting or strong community feedback? If you openly just come up and say, here, this is what I disagree with, I'll answer you. If you just come in and do like the guy did earlier in Discord, where you just barrage everything, I'll give you a chance. In his particular case, I didn't give him a chance. I just blocked him because I'm just like, okay, I'm in the middle of the show. But if you come into our chat here and you act like a dick, you guys will throw up the stop sign like you did yesterday. And I'll go in and try to respond to the person. If they don't react, then we'll ban them. In this particular case, as yesterday, I didn't ban the guy yesterday. What I did was I put him in timeout for a week. We'll see if he comes back. You know, but if you just have a complaint, or if you just want to ask me something that is rude, then ask. I'll answer it. You know, I think I've been pretty open with everybody on stuff. Because if we are agreeing and getting along all of the time, then there's something else wrong. So we need to. I don't expect you to agree with me all the time. I don't expect you to think that I'm right all the time. I expect you to go, if you think I'm wrong, say, hey, I think you're wrong with that. You know, and I'm more than happy to go and look for the right answer. I could be wrong, you could be wrong. Doesn't matter. We're equal in an opinion, so. As far as the community goes, if I have my own thoughts as to how it should work, but I've never run a community, so it's a little bit difficult for me. You know, I do rely on you guys quite a bit when it comes to stuff that's going on that you don't like what's going on, and sometimes I come in and I go, okay, we'll fix that right now, boom, done. And other times I'll come in and just say, okay, well, let's take a closer look at it. That's a good point, Master Sprite. It is always fine to disagree as long as you're not a dick about it. That's like, one of the things I thought was hilarious in the UK, let me see if I can find it here, is the company Huel, which makes diet stuff. Let me see if I can find their motto here. Company motto. Because they have it in great big letters, unless they've changed it. Hopefully they haven't changed it. Where is your motto? Oh, don't advertise me to death. I just want your motto. Oh, it didn't come up. Ah, here it is. Here we go. This is their actual company motto, which is hilarious. Huel's primary company culture motto is, don't be a dick. I thought that was hilarious. That is their company motto. It's displayed in their office. Thought it was great. Thought it was absolutely great. Let's see if there's an image of their office. See? Big old letters on the wall. Don't be a dick. I give them a lot of credit for that. I thought that was funny. And true. Do you know how much more you can get done if you're not being a dick? You can get a lot done. Do you use launcher like Steam or Battle.net? I'm playing on CDs. I'm playing from the original CDs that the games came out on. So here's a... Ah! It was here. I must have moved it. I'm flying in the dark. No, I'm playing from the original CDs. I'm not playing off of a streaming platform of any kind. Now, WoW, I will have to play off Battle.net. And I'm trying to get my Battle.net account re-established. Oh, here's the one we're playing right now. Okay, so I have the CDs. I have Heroes 1 through 5 CDs. They don't work on... Really? I have StarCraft and Diablo 2 CDs as well. Cool. Yeah, the War 3 ones. No, wait, was it War 3? Oh, never mind. CD drive to play. Yeah, I have one sitting here on my desk and I have to plug it in. Yep. Because on the earlier games, like the StarCraft and the Warcraft 1 and 2, I was able to use CD power to make an image of the CDs and play them from the hard drive. But War 3 and War 3 expansion, Frozen Throne, wouldn't let me. I mean, I made the images, but it doesn't recognize them. Even when I mount them, it doesn't recognize them. It actually needs a physical CD in the drive. But I don't have a CD player in this machine, so I have the external one that sits on the top here. And it's Windows 11. The tricky part was being able to find a way to play it in a window so that I could put it in OBS. We just went through all that. Someone asked earlier, is your hair real? Yeah, I'll do it again. See, so this is my hair. You can pull on it. You can see my scalp all the way through. That's one side. That's the other. No added nothings. I grew it myself. It is what it is. I wash it and I leave it alone and it leaves me alone. Copy protection stops you from using ISOs. But there were ways around it. Yeah, I just didn't have time to work around it. Yeah, it is some impressive glue. Yeah. There were multiple pictures throughout my career where my hair changes. In fact, even on our dad joke section, there's a version of me with the proper dad hair, which is just hilarious. Let's see where I put that. Let's see. Here we go. Let's pull that up. Let's see if we can pull that up. Image. Show stuff. Now we want this one. Show photos. See, here is me with proper dad hair. This will make you laugh. I'll have to make it bigger, but it'll make you laugh. This is me with the proper dad haircut. After I cut it off. This was actually taken the day that I cut it all off once. And then this one was me when Angela flat ironed my hair in the office. That's so funny. So she straightened my hair with a flat iron. And just to prove it's me, I'll show you the front one. See? So that's what it looks like when it's flat ironed out. Yeah. It did come up. Yeah, it came up. And then this is what I wanted it to look like, but we haven't got there. So that was what it was supposed to be when I turned 60. So I mocked my actual face and glasses into this, but it was a picture. I'm like, that's my 60s goal. Didn't make it. Let's see what else is in here. Oh, this one's, I got long hair here. I look a lot like Jason in this one. That's me here. That's me. No, he got his mom's straight hair. Both boys ended up with straight hair. And then there's our ad zombie, of course. There he is. Which is a painting that Brahm did of me. And it is of me, not Jason. And you can see it behind me there over my head. It's actually on the wall. It's an oil painting done by Gerald Brom. Let's see what else is in this directory. Oh, there's the picture of me in, this is the picture they use for Joy Ray's bar at BlizzCon. Is if you're at Joy Ray's bar, this picture is usually in the background on one of the shelves. And that was put there by Jenny. Put that in there, my producer. She thought it was funny. Let's see. I mean, even back in the beginning, this was the whole size of Silicon and Synapse in the day. Is my hair was a little bit long still. This was 90. Let's see. Based on the background, which was Sam's area of the office, this was 92. Yeah, 1992. Yeah. This was the whole company. There's Sammy when he looked like Bob's big boy. Frank when Frank had hair. Bob Fitch. Waters. Ron. Yep. All the peoples. Mike, Alan, Stu. Yep. Oh, let's see what else is in this directory. This is just this one directory, so here, this one will probably make you laugh. Is this one here? The two little kids in the front there. Let's see if we can get them a little bit bigger. The two little kids there. One of them is Thor and Jason, and the other is his little brother. When they were little itty bitty. This is when we were playing. This was Blizzard's paintball team when we went and beat Interplay in paintball. It was fun. Silly stuff. Yeah, the thing is both Thor and Loki, both at different times of their life, look like me, which is fine. Because they is my kids. That is how it goes. So here, I'll show you this. When I say that I have to strip this room and do a bunch of shit to it, I'll show you what I have to deal with here. Let me see where to go. I know it was in there. I just saw it. Where to go? Okay, it's not in this directory, is it? Yeah, it's right there. Okay. So this is where I broadcast from. So you'll see why it's going to be a big deal to pull this room apart. This is my setup. This is an old version of my setup. I'll take a new picture of it, but this is my setup. So there's a lot going on. This is my control center, for which I've changed those lights out already and a couple other things, but yeah. Well, my setup's pretty elaborate because I've been doing video production my whole life. That's something I do know. I built a thing. My favorite thing is the Galaxy monitor there in the middle. But then again, if you look at that setup in comparison to my gaming setup upstairs, you'll like this. This is my basic gaming setup upstairs. So I can race. Because I do me some racing. Yeah, I have Gran Turismo 7 is what I've been playing with. So I haven't played in a long time though, because I've been very busy with projects, but it beat the real jobs. Let's see. What else can I share from here? We can share some of this, I guess. This is, Plus, you guys have seen all this stuff, so tell me to stop if you want me to stop. So this is when we were working on South Park. This is us at South Park doing the South Park job. That's my team, and then obviously Matt's there against the post. Trey's here in the front in the white t-shirt. Any plans to get like the full circuit? No, I'm not gonna get a full racing setup. That's just crazy. It's just I play to play, not to get carried away. And I don't like doing driving games with a joystick or with a controller. And of course, there's the whole team with Matt and Trey. Yep. That idiot down there in the bottom right. And his different versions of one of the versions of me that's in the show. Okay. Enough of that. I don't think there's anything else worth looking at here. Let's see. Oh, and me there with my hair pulled back. I look more like He Who Has No Life here, which is, this is when it exists, is I actually played the Kenny character on the stuff, so. With my Dr. Pepper hat. But this is, in that setup I showed a little bit ago that had everybody, so. That is what I looked like at the time. Yep. And there's me in the shirt. In my ponytail, which made it into the show. They just reversed the color of the shirt, is they made it black arms with the gray. Yep. Too funny. Silly stuff, but you know, hey. Now back to what was our next question here? Have you ever reversed a major decision based on players' input? Me personally, no. So I can't be any more clear than that. I know that there's a lot of people that have changed a lot of things because of player input. I personally have not. And the other question on here is, what's your stance on modding and player-created content? Sure. You know, if it wasn't for player-created content, Warcraft 2 wouldn't have been the hit that it was, because you were able to build your own levels and stuff like that. You know, all of the early games, StarCraft, all that stuff came with map editors and stuff like that, so people could create their own content. I'm all for it. You know, also, you can look at some of those things and see the things that you forgot to put in the game. You know, or things you didn't think of putting in the game. Because I know that a lot of the mods for WoW were quite extensive. And I use some of them. Mostly to find things, because I get lost, you know. Okay, we have zombies coming any second now. That was another quick 20 minutes. Oh, well, they come. Let me check this real quick. Let me see what Blizzard had to say. Hopefully they just sent me a link. Okay. Why did they do that? Ah. We have set a status as case resolved. What? Okay, well, I guess I need to go online and review my ticket, because they're claiming that it's been resolved. But nobody talked to me. But you guys never... Alright. Well, they claim it was resolved. Maybe I should try to go on BattleNet. See. I know I put it on this machine, but I don't know. I probably shouldn't run it while this is running. The ticket was about, I couldn't get into my BattleNet account. You know, last time I was on it was a couple years back, but I went to go into my BattleNet account and it couldn't find it under any name. So according to their thing, this was resolved, but it's not resolved because nobody ever contacted me back after I sent the answers to their questions. Download picture. Maybe this is something else. We have set the status as resolved. The game master resolved your case and left the following response. Greetings, Jory Raven. After reviewing your petition, we will do our best to help you on the matter, but before proceeding your petition, we need to verify you're the owner of the account. Copy the entire... Okay. I did that. You're saying it's resolved, but you're asking me for more information. That makes no sense. All right, I guess. Whatever. We'll have to check it out. No, this is the second email. And the second email just says, case solved. I sent in all the answers to their questions. They did not answer. They answered with, yeah, it's done. Huh? It's not done. Because I don't have access to my BattleNet account. Yeah, it says resolved. Nope. Not resolved. Trying to see if there was something I missed here, because here's the original email. Yeah, let's look in sent emails to make sure everything actually went. Yeah, that went Wednesday. Nothing in drafts saying that there was something that didn't go. No, it says it was sent. And they're saying it was resolved. So, yeah, so I got to figure it out. All right. Luckily, we still have quite a bit of Frozen Throne to do before we need to start playing WoW, so we'll see. They sent you a question at some obscure hour, and then you didn't reply. They closed it. No, I replied. I even have a proof of the reply. I replied within 2 hours of them sending the thing. Well, the problem with logging in is that it's based on an email I don't have anymore. It's my old California email. And let's see if BattleNet, I think I put BattleNet on this machine. Close all this stuff, get it all out of the way. We'll do it. We'll do an attempt to go onto BattleNet. It'll be fun. Okay, where are you at? There you are. Survey says. BattleNet update. Yes, yes, yes. Do your thing. Survey says. Okay. Log in. Continue. We could not verify your account with the information. Get help. This is exactly what we ran into before. Okay, we did not find the account associated with this. Okay, let's try the next one. Okay, so continue. Survey says we did not find, nope. They're not showing any account. Under any email that I have ever had. Nope. There's only one more to try, and it's no. I've tried every email and every phone number I've had for the last 20 years. All of them say there's no account. In resolving things like this, email with password reset is sent. If you have none of that, most likely nothing happened. Yeah. I'm not seeing anything with the password reset. Let's go back to the actual date, which was the 4th. What was the date I sent it? This date I sent the email was the 15th. Anything after the 15th, which would have been a week ago Wednesday. '16, 15th. Okay. Anything from Blizzard on this day. Here's the original emails with the original tickets with the no reply thing. Just saying your case has been created. Then let's see. Don't know what that is. That was all okay. Nope, 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 nope. Not seeing anything that could be resembling a reset or nope. I'll check in junk too, but okay. Nope. Nope, nothing between the two. Let me look in junk mail. Spam. It always cracks me up when you get email from people you know have been dead for years. Okay, nope, 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 nope. Interesting. I don't even know what this is. Nope, that person's dead. I love when dead people write me. Nope, nothing. Nothing is there. It took them a week to reply and nothing. So, switch back to this computer. They may have been completely removed. It's highly possible. I know that Bobby Kotick said he was going to turn them off. Yeah, most of my spam looks like that. That's what one of them said was, your account is about to be turned off. I looked at the email. I go, I don't have an account with you, so I didn't even. I'm not even going to open it. It's a trap. All right, let's get this back up over here. All right. Let's see. The next question on this. Let's see. Did I miss anything over here? No explanation. No second. No. No reset password. No nothing. Just. I will go online later and see if I can figure it out because I'm on that side project, so I need to get that done. But we will see. Who knows? One of them might be a second. It might explain sudden resident. Well, did he work there? Or were... not when I worked there. He had talked about it before the Microsoft merger. He had talked about it in public. That's how I found out about it. And but I don't know what the resolution of it all was because my account still worked then. But now I don't seem to be able to find my account, or they don't seem to be able to find my account. So maybe he had it deleted. I mean, it's not a big deal. I mean, it's going to cost. I don't even know what a subscription for WoW is, so it's going to cost us that on for the show. But and we want to play on a old school account, so. But it won't be Lightbringer, which is where I come from. Is it $15 a month? Okay. Did not know. All right. Speaking of money, here's the next question on this thing. What's your philosophy on in-game purchases and monetization? My philosophy is this. If it makes sense, yes. If you're just doing it to farm your community for money, no. I'm not a big fan of the loot box idea. I'm not a big fan of pay to wins, pay to plays, or anything like that. I don't pay to wins. Just not a fan of it. Just not. You know, it's like if it's a $15 charge for me to play WoW on BattleNet, fine, whatever. You know, $15 a month. That's fine. But if I can't win the game unless I spend $200 on an amazing sword, then no. No. Did I mention no? Not a fan of that. So, yeah, how do you avoid pay to win scenarios? I just don't play them. If it gets to the point to where you're paying to win, then I walk away. How do you keep end game content fresh and rewarding over time? You keep working at it. Pay to play equals okay. Pay to win equals poo. Yeah. Yeah. How do you keep end game content fresh and rewarding over time? You keep extending it out. You make expansions. You develop the story more. See, now I have hair in my ears, and it's making my ears itch. It's funny that one of the first questions was about hair way back then, and then somebody came in and said, "Is your hair fake?" So we actually had to answer that question twice. Okay, that is answered. How do you balance adding new content versus fixing and improving existing content? You have two different teams. You have a team that does the fixes and improvings, and you have a team that does new content. That's how I would do it. Because if you don't, then you're always going to be stealing from your teams back and forth, and everything's going to turn to crap. So for me, it's like I have that team's job is to do patches and fixes and stuff like that. This team's job is to make the new content. I don't like time-gated content myself. If best gear in the game is behind a timer, I move on from that game. I've made it very clear, and you guys all know this. I do not like timed anything, timed missions of any kind. Yeah. If I can't get to it, fine. So, here's a funny question. If you could live in any game world, which would it be? Borderlands. I'd hang out with Tiny Tina all the time. So that's the answer to that. If I could live in any game world, which would it be? It would be Borderlands 2, and I would hang out with Tiny Tina, because that is probably one of the best DLCs ever. If it doesn't have towers, it's not for me. Well, there's that too. I like me some towers. You guys know that. Literally any game. You have a favorite fantasy world? Do I? Probably not. Not really. Which video game character do you most relate to? Tiny Tina. No, I don't know. What video game character would I most relate to? That's a good question. I don't know. Go to Hogwarts Legacy as long as I had same ancient magic the main character has. Okay. If you could collaborate with any studio or person in the world, who would it be? In all honesty, I would like to get the original 12 people in that picture together and kick around some ideas. Because the original 12 of us back in the day were a force to be reckoned with when it came to creativity. You know, and I would love to have the opportunity for us all to be in the same room again and come up with something. I think that would be so freaking cool. Let's get everybody in the screen here. This original 12, we all have grown in different directions and we've all moved to different things, but just for one brief moment, it would be cool to be all in the same room and kick ideas around for something cool. That would be the if you could collaborate with any studio person in the world, well, who would it be? It'd be those 12 people. Even Bob, who's in there too. What non-gaming activities do you enjoy to unwind? I don't. It's all gaming. I like racing. I'm learning programming, so that's kind of a non-gaming activity, but yeah. So most of the things that I do are around gaming, so It's where I'm most comfortable, I guess, and where I get most of my fun from. Any embarrassing or especially funny gaming stories you're willing to share? Oh, there are so many. Now, I want this noted. This question doesn't say embarrassing to me. My favorite will always be the Paul Sams one. That's going to be my favorite practical joke ever. You know, because that one was fun. And it was when we were doing the 10-year anniversary of the company, and back then I was doing the video for the Christmas party, and I was given pretty much free reign to do whatever I wanted for these videos, which was always fun. And Paul, about a couple weeks before the Christmas party, came to me and was talking about a trip he had just done to London, and he was talking about how he had gotten up in a go-go cage in a bar and was dancing. And he was only telling me, as he said, he goes, I'm only telling you because there's no proof. And I went, okay. What he didn't know is somebody had already sent me the pictures of him in the go-go cage. So what I did was, at the end of the 10-year anniversary video that played at the Christmas party, I put the top 10 reasons it was fun to work at Blizzard, and I played them on this show in the past. And the number one was the senior vice president half naked dancing in a cage, and then we put the song "I Like Big Butts" underneath it. It was hilarious. He did not know it was coming at the party. He everybody else was watching the screen while the video was playing. I wasn't. I was watching him because I knew he didn't know it was coming, and he was pissed. Oh my God, he was pissed. It was so funny. He got so mad, and to the point where he did not talk to me for 2 months. And then one day he was passing me in the hall, and he goes, "Okay, thank you." I go, "What do you mean, thank you?" I go, "You haven't even talked to me in 2 months." He goes, "Before that happened, nobody would talk to me here," because he was new to the company, and he was the legal guy. He was the lawyer. And he goes, "Nobody would talk to me. After that, people are inviting me to lunch. People are like joking with me. People are hanging out with me." He goes, he goes, "I think it's all because you put me on there and showed that I have a sense of humor." I go, "But you didn't have a sense of humor. I did." He goes, "I know. Shut up." So Paul that is my favorite funny story. There's many others. Was probably good for his image, though. Yes, it was. It humanized him to a great deal because he was the guy from the parent company, and he was the legal guy, and it really made him, at the time, it made him Blizzard, what we believe Blizzard is, because we all joked back and forth with each other and gave each other a hard time, and very much were, if from an outside looking in, would seem like we're being horrible to each other, but we weren't. We were just hanging together and doing cool stuff, you know. And Paul was the legal guy that came in and kind of messed it all up, but we fixed it. We fixed him. You know, I just remember him saying thank you, and I thought that was always kind of cool. But it was funny because the look on his face when that came up, because he didn't know it even existed. It was funny as hell. Oh my God. Yeah, nobody can be meaner to you than your best friends. That's absolutely true. Because they know the stuff that you don't want anybody else to know. And we were very much that way. Yes, zombies again. There's a huge moving truck outside. I think I'm getting a new neighbor. Let's see which house they're moving into. Oh, looks like they're way down at the end of the block. Yep. Yeah, so pulling this office apart this weekend is going to suck. Hopefully, I'll be able to get all of the side job work done tonight, and then get that project done. Then I don't have to worry about something not coming back up. But the trick is figuring out where to put everything that I need to put. I could probably put that there instead of over there. But it shall be great. It will be fantastic. Everything will be up off the counter itself, which will be good.
Brains.
All right. Next question on this list is, what games are you most looking forward to this year? I'm not. Nothing's jumping out at me as to, oh wow, I can't wait for that to come out. I don't know. If you had unlimited resources, what dream game would you make? I'd bring in a team to work on the game we're working on. Because right now, it's just me. And to me, it's going very, very slowly. But I would use this as our little first-time starter game. And then build out from there. I'm looking forward to playing our game once it's done. I know that's silly, but there's so much potential there that it could be really good. What is the best advice you've received in your career? That's a really good question. I do not know. I think that I don't remember who said it, but sharing the praise for the teams that do the work over and above yourself is good advice. Is good advice that I've tried to follow as best I can. This is the rule that I had, that if someone comes up and tells me something's good, I tell them which people on my team worked on it. And if someone comes up and says that something was bad, I say I take full blame for that. I will make sure it doesn't happen again. Which I've kept to as closely as I can, because there's sometimes you just can't keep to it. But I've tried to be very good at that, making sure that people get credit for the work that they do. Ask for more money is another one. When they give you an offer, always ask if they could do better. What would you say to your younger self, just starting in the industry? Nothing. This whole time dilation theory thing, I have a problem with. Here's why. If you had information and you went back, if you took all the knowledge you have to this point and you went back to your high school self and gave yourself that knowledge, you would not be in the same place to be able to go back and give yourself that knowledge. You would ruin all the accomplishments and where you got from here. You know, it's I wouldn't want to talk to myself, number one. I guess what I would say is buy Microsoft and Amazon shares when they're cheap. I mean, because if you bought 100 shares of Amazon in 1995, how much would that be worth today? Let's see if we can find out. Doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-boo. Survey says, oh wow. So if you bought 100 shares of Amazon in 1997 when it IPO'd, those 100 shares would be worth $4.3 million today. No, I haven't. The person hasn't made it to the post office this week. I'll try to go by tomorrow. I would, but I would not for work, not for money. Butterfly effect. Buying those shares could change a lot. It could change the history of the world. I would go back and give myself a bitch slap at various points of my life and say, shut up, you know nothing. I love that game. I love flying around, walking through the forest, strolling. Take your nap. I remember looking at Bitcoin when it was 20 euros ago. Okay, so the IPO for Amazon was $18 a share. In 1997. Let's do the same thing for Microsoft. So for $1,800 in 1997, you would have made $4 million. $4.3 million. Now, for the same thing of Microsoft, 100 shares of Microsoft in 1995, they'd be worth about, really, $672,000. So Microsoft wouldn't have been all that much. I mean, 600,000, but. Oh, but it would only been $500 for the investment because it was only $5 a share in 1995. So, in 1995, it would have cost you $500 to get $600,000 today. Oh, that's not counting dividends. Interesting. That's just splits and stuff like that. Neither one of these are dividends. Okay, so Amazon. Oh, Amazon doesn't pay dividends. Okay, so that's easy. So your total dividend payouts for Microsoft would have been at 50K. So Amazon would still be 4.3 million and Microsoft would be 700. Where'd it go? 722,000. So, for $2,300, you would have made about $5 million. That's a nice investment. At the start of BlizzCoin, Bitcoin, there was a guy saying he'd give 10,000 Bitcoin to anyone who buys him a pizza. Probably a false story, but can you imagine? What year was that? Well, let's just do it this way then. Let's look at it from the standpoint of let's see. We'll go by from 2010. No, we'll make it 12. If you had 10,000 Bitcoin in 2010, what would it be worth today? Survey says okay. If you had 10, that's an expensive pizza. That's all I'm saying. 10,000 Bitcoin in 2010 held till now. Oh wait, no. It says now is June 2024. Wait a minute, this calculation is wrong. Let's do this. Today equals 04/24. Let's try this calculation again. Okay, so assuming Bitcoin price in April 2026. Okay. Using a recent price of $67,000 per Bitcoin. Okay. Current price. If you would have had 10,000 in 2010 and held it till now, you would have $670 million. Now, if Bitcoin goes to 100,000, then you will have $1 billion. If Bitcoin goes to 200,000, you would have $2 billion. But that's an expensive pizza. If we had 10,000 Bitcoin from 2010 and held it until April 2026, it would be worth at least $670 million. If the price is unchanged from mid-2024, and possibly 1 billion or more if Bitcoin appreciates further by 2026. If you have specific project price, no. Just basic math, that's all I cared about. That's weird. Okay. Yeah. All right. Cool. Bitcoin at the time of the transaction was 0.0, approximately $41 is what he paid for that pizza. Cool. My question is, did anybody take him up on it? Oh, cool. That is one expensive pizza. Next question on this is, can you share a spoiler-free hint about your next big project? Nope. How can the audience support your work? You do it here. Bits and subs and all that kind of stuff. All that stuff adds up. All that stuff helps. Where can people find you online? Right here. I guess we went through 50 questions here. Yeah, it looks like it. Okay. Those last ones were kind of, eh. Are they free? Nope. Yep, support my work by supporting me here. Okay, that ends all those questions. Yeah, unfortunately, the thing that I'm working on off hours here is under NDA, so I can't share it. Maybe in a month or so I can. I'm hoping to get it finished up this weekend. Really? We're to zombies already? Yeah. Maybe we'll do dad jokes after zombies, just so we have them done. Give my throat a little bit of a chance to rest a bit. Nothing over there. Okay. Oops. Oh, Red Jacket, thank you very much. Thank you for all the stories and question answering. I really do enjoy this. I know I am faceless entity number 782, but it's cool to know about the inner workings of everything. Cool. Well, thank you very much for the 1,500 bits. It helps. And cheers. Cheer, cheer, cheers. Yeah, we'll have our leaderboard for that next Friday, actually. Cool, cool. All hail entity number 782. That just sparked an idea. Mm. Seven seconds. Bye, zombies.
Brains.
All right, let's send this out. Let's pop over here. Get our timer up. Too funny. I answered all those questions, so I don't know what the deal is. You're anymore like publicly. Get Give people an opportunity to come in. We'll head over to the bar while we're waiting. Yeah. Okay, let's fix this so I can see a little better.
Any Nunum says, don't forget to hydrate.
Joy says, Timex and Rolex are the names of my watchdogs. Seven out of 6 people agree that they are pathetic at fractions. Have you heard about the Italian chef who just died? He passed away. Difference between denominator and numerator is a short line.
All right, we're giving people time to come in. Let's get on with number 1. All right, number 1. How do the Sith get their exercise? How do the Sith get their exercise? Sith, I know.
It is wrong when people say that age is just a number. It is a word.
Taking a jog on the dark side. Sith of I know. They go do some Sithiness. Standing is exercise. Time is up. Okay, let's do this. I was not prepared for me to get the first one, so. How do Sith get their exercise? They do Sith squats. They do Sith squats. It's okay. You guys will recover. Number 2. If a Sith is doing squats over your head, that's going to be a bad thing. Number 2. Why do cows like being told jokes? Why do cows like being told jokes? You guys get this answer. All right. Why do cows like being told jokes? Because they like being amused. They like being amused. Number 3. Apparently math is the subject today. Which math theorem states that in a right triangle a squared plus b squared equals c squared? That is correct. It is the Pythagorean theory. That thing. I can talk. I use words. Good old Pag. Ahoy, Shrieker. Number 4. What's a computer's favorite dance move? A thug and Ian. Pi, thug, and Ian. Pythagorean. Yep. Spinning is crash. The blue screen. The boogie. The two-step. Robot. Freeze. 1-bit party error. 1-bit parody error. A click. A bit of this and a bit of that. Yes and no. Time is up. What's a computer's favorite dance move? The Ram Shuffle. The Ram Shuffle. Number 5. No, RAM is way expensive these days. I showed last week, I think it was last week, the RAM that I bought a couple months ago for this computer when we were having crashes. And how much it cost then in last week or the week before, and it's gone up even since then, so. All right. Number 5. What has a neck but no head and wears a cap? Let's see what that RAM is costing today. Let's see. $128. RAM, flash RAM. No, not flash drives. So $1,400. That is crazy. A pen, a market, a bottle. Scry, you are correct. Let me get our timer back so I can stop it. So what has a neck but no head and wears a cap? A bottle. Scry, you are correct. I believe we were the first one to put bottle. Let me make sure. Yep. Only demon is right behind you. So yeah, so the current prices of RAM are crazy. It's just a basic 128 gigs. The DDR5, $2,000 up here. 23. Oh. The overall pick is $2,400 for 128 gigs of RAM. That's 264s. Yeah, but not that crazy expensive. Because let me look on here. If I look on here, when I bought mine, because it won't show up there because I'm not on my account up there. Okay, so I brought Corsair Vengeance. You look at the sales receipt. You order details. Okay, so we'll do it 1-to-1 here. We'll say Corsair Vengeance RGB DDR RAM 128. So this one, no. Yeah, so 260, that's 64. This is 64. So here's basic 264s for 128. It's $2,400. $1,000 for 248s. Wow. That's crazy. Crazy. You crazy peoples. Oh, that's why I'm not building a computer today. DDR5 is also way more than DDR4. Well, I'm just going by what I bought. So when I originally bought it, it was $500 for two 264. So for 128. Yeah. RAMs are for the robots. In general, sure, but depends on the motherboard. It absolutely does. All right, let me darken that because it's way too bright on my brain. Okay, clear that. Let's go on to number 6. A mushroom, Cladososporium evolved to be able to feed on what? Cladosporium nospherosium. It's not human flesh, although that would be funny. Was not microplastics. This is brought to you by I Need No Name, by the way, so here's your fork for that. You may need to name, but the mushroom needs a new name. As soon as we get the answer, then I will tell you what I would name it. How dare you out-technically me? We have a correct answer. The mushroom evolved to be able to feed on what? Radiation. So I would have called it radioactive sporularium, but that's me. Hugo, you are correct. Plato Fernato Nictom. Which comes from which movie? Okay, somebody else answer. What movie does that come from? What movie does that originally come from? Nope. It is from that, but not originally. We actually talked about this movie just a couple weeks ago. The coughing version is from that movie, yes. But the original line comes from another movie, a very famous movie, actually. Not The Thing. You're getting closer, though. Keep going back. Not Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, that's funny. Yeah, the kid catcher wrote it. Was yelling it. Not the Three Stooges. It's from one of the biggest sci-fi movies ever made. And we've talked about it online. It was remade a while back. It was on our list. It had one of the biggest, scariest robots in movies. It was made 10 years before I was born. The remake was made, sometime in the 2000s. Red Jacket, you are correct. It was The Day the Earth Stood Still, 1951. Army of Darkness actually used it as parody They did it on purpose. There was a remake of The Day the Earth Stood Still, but it didn't do well. With Keanu Reeves in 2008. Ugh. Keanu Reeves, Kathy Bates, Jennifer Connelly, and Jaden Smith. John Cleese, John Hamm. I never saw it. We made some StarCraft footage for it because Jaden Smith played StarCraft during the movie as part of his character. Too funny. Long time ago. Trying to see if they have any pictures of him playing StarCraft. No. Because we made a lot of StarCraft footage for those scenes where he was playing StarCraft. Same thing with Alcatraz, the TV show. So, the guy from Lost was in Alcatraz, and he used to play StarCraft. Nope, I'm not seeing anything on there. Oh well. It's there somewhere. Mind Split said it before me, did he? Yeah, The Day the Earth Stood Still. Yes, he did. You are right. I stand corrected. But I broke my promise that I would not answer. Yes, you did. Red Jacket, thank you for hanging out with us today.
Brains.
Have fun getting your real work done. Today is just flying by. It's 3 freaking o'clock already. What the hell? Red Jacket, thank you also for the bits today. It's awesome. The cheers. I really do appreciate it. Puts him very solidly in the lead for this month. Yes, sirree, Bobs. I have a lot of spreadsheets open. That's probably not a good thing. This one shouldn't even be open at all.
Brains.
This one we're using. All right.
Joy says, I was complimented for my parking. Someone left a note saying parking fine.
All right, number 7. What kind of cars do sheep drive? What kind of cars do sheep drive? Dodge Rams, huh? Subaru. That one's funny. Here's a fork for Subaru. Sheep can't probably drive. Never stop humans. Welsh ones. Cute. What kind of cars do sheep drive? Who goes? Funny. I'm going to give you a fork for that one too, because that one was funny. Time is up. I'm surprised you guys didn't get this one. Did I miss one? Let me see. No. All right. What kind of cars do sheep drive? I will tell you right after I give myself a can. Yep. What kind of cars do sheep drive? Lamborghinis. Lamborghinis. And drive a little bit of the Lambo. Just for that, you're going to have to deal with one you're not going to like. Number 8. Why did the Wookiee start a band? Why did the Wookiee start a band? Eventually, I'm going to be walking outside somewhere, and someone's going to walk up and go, why did the Wookiee start a band? And then they're going to shoot me. Because he couldn't get no satisfaction. If you ask the Wookiee, the answer is grrr. Well, gig. Eyes are hurting, the doctor said. He had some chewy beads. He had a nice weekend. Catch you soon. I'm going to give it to you. The correct answer, Sneedling, I think you're close enough. Why did the Wookiee start a band? He wanted to make chewy tunes. So yeah, you guys get that one. That gives you a 6-pack. Oakley Dogley. You guys 6 with 3 forks. I have 3. I do not put these in order, just so you know. How does Chewbacca keep his hair in shape? How does Chewbacca keep his hair in shape? I'm telling you, this thing clusters. I don't know why it clusters. Wookiee gel. Yes, Shrieker, go, sleep. By getting licked by a cow every morning. It's not a cow, that's his wife. That's just rude. Self-grooming the cat. He uses good conditioner routine. But can he tell the difference between a cow and his wife? That's between him and his wife. I think I give it to you. I didn't look up in time to see if Sneedling's answer was before the bell. So let's see. How does Chewbacca keep his hair in shape? With Wookiee conditioner. You said with a good conditioner routine. I think I need to give it to you. Yep. Why would you put two Wookiee jokes after each other? Number 10. That's weird. How can you be number 10 if we're on number 10? No, you guys definitely have 7, so I'm the one that has one too many. Okay. Number 10. What did the Easter Bunny say to the carrot? But can he tell the difference? No, I don't know. What did the Easter Bunny say to the carrot? You're on the menu. You're looking good. Get in my belly. Funny because of the way rabbits eat. It would be terrible to be a rabbit with no teeth. Time is up. Okay. What did the Easter Bunny say to the carrot? Nice gnawing ya. Nice gnawing ya. As in gnawing on you? I was gnawing on you. Also, rabbits had huge fans of carrots, but that's the difference for him. Well, Bugs Bunny liked him because he was drawn that way. We're on number 10. We're going to number 11. Wonder why the sailor struggled with learning the alphabet? Wonder why the sailor struggled when learning the alphabet? Okay, I'm gonna give this one to you guys. Wonder why the sailor struggled with learning the alphabet? Well, he just couldn't help but keep wandering off at sea. So yeah, so he got lost at sea. All right, number 12. What word has star in it but isn't found in the sky? What word has star in it but isn't found in the sky? I am stopping the clock. All of your guys' words are good. This is an impossible question. But you do have all the right words. Starter is the word it was looking for, but you guys are all correct. So, here. There's too many right answers for this one, so it cannot be answered properly. Okay. Okay, back here. This one's going to be easy. Eddie Falco and James Gandolfini star in this what series about the life of a New Jersey mob boss? The Sopranos is the correct answer. You are correct. Chryson, you were the first one with the Sopranos. This next one's an easy one. I don't think I need to start the timer on, so we're going to go ahead and go with it. In Star Wars, who built C-3PO? You are correct. Anakin Skywalker is the correct answer. You would think he would have been more rusty because of that. Okay, Anakin Skywalker is the correct answer. Number 15. Number 15. What kind of drink can be bitter and sweet? Well, I mean, he had the whole silver leg. You don't know he's made out of gold? It could just be a shiny gold metal. Grapefruit. What kind of drink can be bitter and sweet? I actually do like me some grapefruit. We do have a correct answer, though. What kind of drink can be both bitter and sweet? Reality. Google, you are correct. Yep. Schweppes. Whatever happened to, God, what were those? The seltzer waters, New York seltzers. Are they still around? I used to have a black cherry one that I really liked. I don't know if they even still exist. Schweppes. I'm not even sure if Schweppes is an international brand. I don't know if it is. Because I remember the New York seltzers. They were a big deal for a while there. Schweppes. Ginger ale, I guess, still a historical brand, carbonated wine. Oh, it's owned by Coca-Cola, so yeah. That's that. What about Do these even exist anymore? The brand was revived in 2015, features 8 flavors: root beer, vanilla cream, raspberry, black cherry. Okay. Yeah, because these were a big deal when I was much younger. Let me see what they look like. These things. They were just little bottles. But apparently they disappeared and then came back in 2015, but I haven't seen them. Oh. Well, you should get their black cherry ones. They were tasty. And not a lot of sugar in them. Enough, but not too much, so. Oh, good.
Joy says, I was charged $9 extra at a hotel for the air conditioner. It was seriously uncool.
Okay, reality number 16. Which band was originally called Starfish? Which band was originally called Starfish? They probably would have done better under Starfish, but who knows? Five-finger death punch. No. Although I can see why it would. Here, I giggled, so I'm going to give you a fork for that. Five-finger death punch. I understand your logic on that one. Limp Bizkit. Nope. The Jeffersons. Nope. Which band was originally called Starfish? We do have a correct answer on the board. So which band was originally called Starfish? Coldplay. Coldplay was originally called Starfish. I think that their name change was a good idea. Do we have enough time? Yeah, we have enough time for one more, at least before the time is up. Number 17. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yep. What height is a regulation NBA basket? What height is a regulation NBA basket? We have a correct answer. Sneedling, you are correct. With 10 feet. Higher than I can dunk with a trampoline. I can see that. 8 eagles. Eagles? Eagles. We have 35 seconds before zombies.
Joy says, I asked my date to see me at the gym, but she did not arrive. It looks like the two of us are not going to work out. My doctor just told me that I am slowly going deaf. It was hard for me to hear that.
Brains.
Brains. Brains. Let's go somewhere else. Ah, the lovely brains with a nice dipping sauce. 15 seconds. Brains. It's coming. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Scritty Scree says brains.
Brains.
Alrighty. Number 18. What happened to the teenager who went to jail? What happened to the teenager who went to jail? I can't answer. The stream is too PG. There is a PG answer. What happened to the teenager who went to jail? I have some thoughts, but I'm not edging for the timeout tonight. Okay. You guys are way ahead. You can give me this one. I'm not finding the pun. Okay. Nothing to do with cell phones. I know you're surprised, but time is up. What happened to the teenager who went to jail? His face broke out. His face broke out. That one is bad. There's no way around that. Okay, here's our last one for today. Let's see. No, it's not our last one. It's our second to the last one. Okay, number 19. You see me once in June, twice in November, and not at all in May. What am I? Okay, it is an E. You are correct. The letter E is the correct answer. I need no name. You were first. Now we have our last question. Our last question. On Schultz. Make sure our counts are right. 12, 15, 19. Yep, we have 19. It may just be the whiskey I'm having tonight, but that made me laugh. It was a funny joke, because his face broke out. All righty then. Let's see. All right. We're going into number 20, our very last question for today. Number 20. Cubes of ice were waiting inside, keeping drinks cool as they glide. What is it? Cubes of ice are waiting inside, keeping drinks cool as they glide. What is it? My Jim Beam Blue on the rocks from a month ago. Tall glass. A shaker. Dance all night, play all day. So you're gonna shake it up. We don't need no better excuse. Drink dispenser. Time is up. I'm surprised at this one. Cubes of ice are waiting inside, keeping drinks cool as they glide. What is it? It's an ice tray. No, I'm not seeing ice tray up there. It was an ice tray. All right, let's close that up. Okay, final count today is 15-5, but you guys got 4 forks. That's a lot of forks. All of you, it looks like all of you guys were able to. Do fridges ever have ice trays anymore? That's a good question. What's funny is I used to love ice trays because they used to be aluminum, and then you'd put the water in and you'd freeze it, and then it had a handle that you had to pull up, and that would break all the ice cubes apart from each other. I used to love doing that. I used to empty the ice tray, fill it with water just so I could freeze it and do it again. It's a silly thing, but it's what we did because it was the 70s and we didn't have internets, so we had to make stuff up. Coffee gone wrong in Sparta. Those will work a lot of better in your freezer. You can make coffee ice cubes. Those were fun. Did that in the past. All right, let's bring the Vikings out to pick up your 15 cans and 4 forks. You guys cleaned up today. A lot of forks. You said some funny things. I like funny things. That's why we have that whole system. I got 5 cans. I got 5 cans. Back to the house. Okay. Go back to me. Not if they're in the same place. Just don't put the eggs on the top drawer. Yeah. The refrigerators used to have the little egg trays in them. But I come from a time when refrigerators could kill a kid, so. Because you can get locked inside them. God. Try to play just a simple game of hide and seek, and little Billy's got to die, so. I don't think it was fair, but it is what it was. Nobody liked Little Billy anyway. All right, we are going over here. Where are we at with? Oh yeah, well, might as well pop directly to this. Let me get the. Because it seems to take us longer and longer to do this as time goes by, and I'm assuming Fridays are going to be very busy. Close that. I need the webs browser. Go over to here to this. Nope, don't do that. Come back. Come back, little muskrat. All right, yeah, there's a lot of people on, so we're going to need the extra time, it looks like. Okay, let's jump over to here. I hear little Billy kicking and screaming inside the freezer. Who cares? No, the thing is they used to make refrigerators with these handles that would lock in place, but you couldn't open from the inside. So if someone like left an old refrigerator out in their yard, which some states people do that, kids would hide in them, playing hide and seek and stuff, and then suffocate because they were airtight. I'm actually making an ice tray that is going to be pretty funny.
Master Sprite says, time for another good idea. Bad idea. Good idea. Being this year's hide-and-seek winner. Bad idea. Being last year's hide-and-seek winner.
Yes. Death by fridge used to happen all the time. Okay, so first things first here. Let me get us over to the right room here. Let's turn this on. Lana comes out of quarantine today. So let's get her out of quarantine. Oop, she is out of quarantine. Let's move this up. This is not supposed to be down like this. Up. Thank you. Alrighty. So down here at the bottom, Admiral has been put here at the bottom. Can you see him? Yep. Because we've tried to rate him 4 times at this point, and he cannot be rated because he always has rating off. So he is no longer in contention for rating. He will not be voted upon. His line is now empty. Let's see. Wow, there's one we haven't seen in a while. Is it even still on the list? Iron Moose. Yep. Iron Mouse is still on the list. Vidal, always at the bottom, always on the top. Peter. Ray. Ray's in quarantine. Annie. Sanctuary's in quarantine. Ezekiel. Ferrets, they're in quarantine. Bob Ross. Furball Farm. Lana. Joe Joy. Q Bunnies. August Buns. RW. Standard image. Chimney of Legs. Rams Reef. Galaxy Queen. Galaxy Queen cosplay. Bruce Green. And then Between Two Ears. We have 18 today, so we're going to do 5, 4, and 4. 5, 5, 4, 4. Yeah. To move this up a bit. Data sort by name in Ann. Yep. Okay. A lot of people on today. It's over. Come over here. Okay. New poll. Round 1. And in round 1, we have, starting at the top, Annie. I haven't seen Annie in a while. August Buns. Between Two Ears. Bob Ross. And Bruce Green. There is round 1. Vote often and vote constantly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we start off
Any
with
none
Bob Ross
says,
getting 2.
vote and drink everyone. Oneidman 500 says, remember to vote.
And drink. Two zero zero 20. Okay. You know, little Billy won't go home. Because you can't push Billy around. Billy won't go. Try telling everybody, but no. Little Billy won't go home. Dancing, prancing out on the floor. Little Billy laughs, he won't go for more. It's Little Willie is actually in the song, so. Whoa. Admiral Thal, thank you very much for the 34 cheers. Hi, awesome. Quite awesomes. Four zero zero 40. Dancing, prancing out on the floor. Little Willie laughs, he don't. Lay down, lay down. Little Willie won't go home. But you can't push Willie around, Willie won't. Hole 2, round 2. In round 2, we have chimney of legs and bricks. Ezekiel 3. Green, sorry, missed Furball Farm. Gotta keep them in the right order. Furball Farm, Galaxy Queen Cosplay, and Iron Moose. Iron Moose. One, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3. Okay, one up there. Now we have a 2. We have a 1 there. And a 2 down there. So 02112. 02112. Okay. In good shape. 02113. Zero 2 1 1 3. But laugh, Willie, laugh, he don't want for more. Way down, way down. Little Willie, Willie won't go home. One, 2, 1, 1, 3. 1, 2, 1, 1, 3. Have fun, Scry. Sleep well. Take care of face and eyes. One, 2, 1, 1, 4. Okay. Let's get round 3 going. Round 3 will be 4, and round 4 will be 4. We got JoJoy, we have Lana, we have Pete, we have Q Bunnies. That should leave us with only 4 left. Yep. Lana, always popular. Sorry, 0300. Zero 3 0 zeros. Zero 401. Okay, 05.
Brains.
Okay, 5 0 1 0 0. Okay, last 4. Round 4. We have Ram's Reef, RW Rob, standard damage, and Vidal. Okay, start round 4. Our current top 5 is Annie, Bob Ross, Ezekiel, Iron Mouse, and Lana. One zero 1 0.
Brains.
1031, 1031. Okay. 3, 2 for Vidal. Okay, 1. All right. Our top 5. 8, 2, and we got final. Final rating vote. Helps if I could actually spell. Got all the right letters, but all in the wrong directions. Okay. Highest to lowest, alphabetically. Okay, then we got Lana, we have Annie. We have Bob Ross. We have Iron Mouse. And we have standard damage. That should be all 5. Yep, that's all 5. All right, there you go. Start the final call as to who we're gonna go raid. Let's take this. Put it over here. Because these are what, for those of you that are new, these are what we use to break votes with, to break ties with. Sorry. That number goes right here. It's all their previous votes, giving them an opportunity. Okay, file save. Oh, forgot to do some other things. I forgot to put it back in alphabetical order while you guys are voting. Okay, sort by Q, A to Z. Perfect. We need to delete these because these are all the votes from today. We've already logged them. So right now, Bob Ross is in the lead. Okay. Bob Ross has 4. Lana has 1. Everybody else has 0. Oh, Iron Mouse just got 1. So both Lana and Iron Mouse each have 1, but Bob Ross has 4. Bob Ross now has 5. Iron Mouse now has 5. Iron Mouse now has 6. Iron Mouse and Bob Ross now. Bob Ross now has 8. Bob Ross actually wins it outright with 8. Now, we're going to hold the vote because Bob Ross last time was not accepting raids, so he can be that way sometimes. So we need to test to see if he's accepting raids. If not, then we go to Iron Mouse, because Iron Mouse was the second vote. Let me close that. Still stays open over there, I believe. So let's see if it will let me build the raid. Nope, Bob Ross does not accept raids anymore. It says just flat out no. So we're going to go to Iron Mouse. Bob Ross will be moved down to the bottom. Let's grab that. Go to Iron Mouse. Iron Mouse. Open Iron Mouse up. Get this. Turn the audio on. Oh. She's live, but it says her connection's lost. Be back soon. Let me turn that down. Okay. No happy trees. Oh, Bob. Actually, let me do it this way. Bob Ross is gone. I don't know what's going on with her. It just says connection lost and the video's playing. Who's our third winner? Lana would be third. And we'll give her a couple minutes. We still have time, so we can hang for a minute waiting. Happy little Iron Mouse raid it is, yeah. Well, I hope. It depends on if she's coming back or not, because it looks like right now everything's closed up. Let's see if her chat is... Yeah, her chat's still running. Got my Capella and my little... Mouse will be back shortly. Be right back. Animation done by blah blah blah. Okay. Okay, well. We'll give her about 5 minutes, and if not, then we'll go to Lana. It'll be the first time. No, I don't think it's the first time we've had two people not be available. She's preparing for a video call with someone for an IRL stream. Oh. Then I say we just go to Lana. We will come back to her. We're going to move on. Can't they? Goodbye. We're going to go to Lana. Yeah, Lana's ready. Let me get this. All right, we got her there. Let's put this in here. We're gonna up. It didn't give me the right stuff. So we need this one. Let's build it. 1, 4, 11, 16, 18, 22, 28, or 26. Okay, we're going to raid with 26 people. Thank you guys very much for hanging out today and dealing with me battling. I will see you guys on Monday. Thank you guys all for the bits and the subs and everything today. I do appreciate every single one of them, and it does help quite a bit. So I will see you guys on Monday morning, and I will have a new setup here in the office. Maybe I'll move the desk over on that side or something. All right. See you guys soon. Raid well.